everyone. We'll kind of get started here. Apologies, we're starting a bit late, but what thing does not start late? Okay, yeah, I think a few more will trickle in here over the next couple dozen minutes. Anyway.
Debate amongst themselves and believe that open dialogue like this that we're having here at the summit is critical to shaping American society. Yesterday, we began the summit by looking at America's role in the world and the future of American innovation. Our first panel examined foreign policy, global order, national security, and the limits of American power in what many now view as an increasingly multipolar and uncertain world, with a particular focus on the situation in Iran. Our second panel turned to technology, artificial intelligence, and the question of whether America can remain powerful, dynamic, and inventive going into the future. Having focused largely on America's external strength and future competitiveness yesterday, we turn more inward today towards the foundation underneath those things, the changing nature of education, the state of America's historically free markets, the founding ethos of the American Republic, and what it means to be a citizen today in the modern era as we approach our 250th anniversary. While technology, military strength, and economic growth obviously matter a great deal, a country's future is not determined by those things alone. There are also deeper questions about whether a society can form capable citizens who are genuinely invested in the betterment of the nation, sustain trustworthy institutions and competent institutions, incentivize and reward excellence, preserve freedom, and remain confident enough in itself to pass something meaningful on to the next generation. This morning begins with a keynote address from Dr. Scott Atlas on leadership in the future of American education. Education is one of the clearest places where national identity becomes more than an abstract idea. A society teaches its young what is admirable, what is worth questioning, what is worth preserving, and what responsibilities they should expect growing up as a citizen. If a country becomes undivided or uncertain about what it should teach, then it becomes confused overall as to what it wants to become. After that, we will turn to our panel on America 250, Origins and Evolution of the Future of the Republic. Our panel perhaps most directly linked to the central theme of the American Identity Summit. The US founding is constantly invoked in our politics, but often in ways that are simplified, selective, or used more as a weapon than as a serious object of study. So this panel asks deeper questions, such as what were the founding ideals of America? How have they evolved over time? Where have we lived up to them? Where have we not lived up to them? And what do they demand of us today going forward into the future? In the afternoon, we will move to free market economics in the 21st century, questions of monetary policy, financial freedom, and the economic foundations of American prosperity. America has always been shaped by questions of enterprise, property, opportunity, and limited intervention by governments in the market. However, in light of ever-increasing regulation, bureaucracy, overseeing of financial institutions, and technological change, these changing trends need to be seriously examined and reevaluated. To conclude the event, we will also hear from conservative commentator Tim Pool, one of the most prominent political podcasters on YouTube and many other media platforms today, in a fireside chat. And then this evening, many of these conversations will be continuing at the gala. Tonight's schedule will move across several different themes, from education to the Constitution, to economics, to media and public discourse, all topics that determine what kind of country America is, what we want to become, and what kind of choices are ahead of us as we move forward. My hope for today is the same as it was yesterday, that everyone here listens carefully, engages seriously with the speakers, and asks thoughtful questions during the Q&A portions. These conversations are only worthwhile if they are actual conversations, not performative engagement. I thank you all again for joining us this morning and ask that you please silence your cell phones. As a final brief reminder, we will be holding a gala later tonight from 6 to 10 p.m. with a number of speakers in attendance, and we still have a few discounted tickets specifically for students that would be interested in attending. Otherwise, I will now pass the stage to Christopher Phillips, the editor-in-chief of The Thinker last year, who now serves as the president of the Chicago Thinker Foundation. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Christopher Phillips. I was the head of The Thinker last year, and now I run the nonprofit, the Chicago Thinker Foundation, as you heard from Kellen. So year two of the American Identity Summit, we're very pleased that you could join us today. I want to go a little more in depth with you about the circumstances surrounding the founding of the Chicago Thinker. So it was October of 2020, nearly 6 years ago at this point. I was not in college yet. It was a moment of sheer cultural and political craziness. It was the worst part of the COVID lockdowns. We had online classes, we had mandatory testing routinely. You could get in trouble for taking a picture with your friend outdoors with a mask on if you were not at least 6 feet apart from one another. That is a real story that happened, and there were, in fact, what we called snitch lines, where people would call up the administration on their peers for violating the rules. Really, really unhealthy climate. And so we wrote an editorial, for instance, UChicago must end its booster mandate. We are not lab rats. And so that article was shared thousands of times, and it was picked up by a lot of very prominent individuals who celebrated us, including elected officials. You'll recall that towards the end of 2020, our country was in peak leftist fervor, culturally speaking, and so that was the cancel culture was incredibly strong. So I want to tell you about one of the fundamental tenets of the genesis of the thinker and sort of the ethos surrounding it. So one of the founders, Audrey Unverfurth, I remember her telling me she founded it under the impression that it was going to be a mouthpiece for young conservatives who felt stifled on campus due to the cultural perversion that I've described to you. And really her central tenet, besides are you actually conservative, right? It's a conservative and libertarian student publication, was bravery. Are you brave enough to say what you actually believe despite the potential repercussions that you may encounter? And that always really resonated with me, and that's been one of the MOs, that's one of the mantras of the thinker that I hold still, I think, to this day, and that's a central component of where we want to go moving forward. Bravery is that central idea. We never published anonymous pieces in the midst of everything. You had to put your name behind what you wrote, or else we just did not publish it. So that was really a foundational value of the publication, and it remains that way. Last night, we heard about the budding Donroe Doctrine and the US in the age of AI. And so today we're going to hear, in honor of our country's 250th anniversary, we've organized a panel specifically on those fundamental historical principles upon which our country was founded. Additionally, here in the home of the Chicago School of Economics, we're going to talk about the underlying beliefs at the heart of the free market philosophy that has guided our economic policy for decades. We're going to revisit those. Finally, we're going to finish with a keynote conversation with noteworthy online conservative commentator and former vice journalist Tim Pool, who I'm sure you're all familiar with. The Chicago Thinker is really the only on-campus publication that is talking about these issues, right? These bigger ideas driving our country and our society into the future. And that is, again, another central tenet of what we want to do. Yesterday, I got more into it, but essentially, we want to be the place where people can ask these questions and think critically about what the solutions are to today's problems. So if you are inspired by anything that you see today and you want to join the organization, feel free to say something to me or to one of the student organizers. We'd love to talk about getting you involved. Furthermore, again, as Kellen mentioned, we've got a gala tonight and we've got a couple student tickets left. That's a new thing we're doing this year. So I hope you'll consider joining us for that. Finally, if you are interested in contributing to our mission, it would mean a lot. So visit thechicagothinker.com/donate if you want to support us moving forward. So thank you. Now it is my great honor to introduce a man who has had a truly profound impact on this country. Dr. Scott Atlas is the Robert Wesson Senior Fellow in Health Policy at the Hoover Institution of Stanford University. He investigates the impact of government and the private sector on access, quality, and pricing in healthcare, trends in medical science and technology innovation, and key economic and civil liberties issues related to health policies. He is a frequent policy advisor to policymakers in the United States and other countries. He has served as senior advisor for health policy and technology-based medical science to several candidates for president, members of the US Congress, and health agencies. From August through November of 2020, he served as special advisor to the President of the United States and a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force. That's his formal bio, but I want to personally thank Dr. Atlas for his great record of public service to the United States, often putting up with immense disagreement and criticism to advocate for what is truly right for this country. I also want to thank him for his belief in us. He has supported The Thinker and me personally for many years. He's on our board of advisors. But by us, I actually mean the younger generation more broadly. He greatly supported the Thinkers Academia's COVID Failures Symposium, which was in this building, as a matter of fact, in May of 2023. And I still remember him telling me how, even with as much as he had done, there was only so much that he could do personally. It was about enabling the younger generation to advocate for change themselves. And he has done that in so many ways, just that I've seen. So we're grateful. Finally, Dr. Atlas is a Maroon, and so it's our pleasure to welcome him home once again. Everybody, please welcome great American, Dr. Scott Atlas. Thank you so much. Of course.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Nice introduction. It's great to be here. As Christopher mentioned, it is my medical school alma mater, the highlight of my academic background, in my view. It's great to be here with many friends and colleagues and see the students here. The Thinker, again, is really representative of some of the boldest students who are committed to freedom. And it sounds like you're some old guy to say it, but it is true that this is the generation that's going to save the country, your generation. It's exciting to see a common theme emerging all across the country as I speak, including outside the U.S. Even I was a speaker at Jordan Peterson's ARC conference in London several months ago, and they asked me to talk about, can institutions be reformed? And that is an organization that is focused on joining people from all over the world to reinstate and save the best values of Western civilization, particularly the unique commitment to freedom. The emergence of discussing this theme is something to ponder. Why, at this point in time, is it particularly important to consider how America's institutions, here I'm speaking about colleges and universities, should be reformed, or even if they can be reformed? After all, for decades, we've been aware that our institutions were failing. We had a dishonest editorialized journalism, wasteful, corrupt government, colleges and universities increasingly abandoning their essential purpose of fostering the free exchange of ideas and critical thinking in favor of agenda-driven social advocacy. My answer was the tipping point finally came: pandemic management, COVID 2020. It exposed, you couldn't deny, this massive institutional failure, the most tragic and what I believe is the most blatant hijacking of freedom and breakdown of leadership of free societies in our lifetimes. Yet oddly, the pandemic fiasco, the spark of this focus on institutional reform, was invisible at that week-long ARC conference, unmentioned by dozens of speakers, except for me. It was the elephant in the room, just as the truth about the death and destruction from the lockdowns remains missing from virtually all of America's political discussions, including in this administration and on university campuses today. Why has the page been turned with no accountability? We must contemplate that. We must not forget the role of the university in that epic failure. Lockdowns were not caused by the virus. That was a human decision to impose lockdowns, mandatory testing, irrational pseudoscientific masks, campus closures, isolation of students by university leaders and university experts. We know the data, we knew it then. The lockdowns were instituted, they failed to stop the dying, they failed to stop the spread, and they caused massive harm and death. That's the data. And despite the known minuscule risk to the students for serious illness from COVID, by March of 2020, that was known, 99% of 4,000 plus colleges and universities in the US shut down in-person school. They shifted to online, 95% forced masking, rigid testing, quarantine, isolation for positive tests from 2020 to 2022. And most major universities then required injection of an experimental drug with known side effects. And those campus lockdowns directly inflicted massive damage on young people and students. It must be stated again and again, we cannot forget the severe psychological harms, explosion of depression and anxiety disorders, spiking drug abuse, tripling of self-harms in teenagers, suicidal ideation. 1 in 4 college students by June of 2020 contemplated suicide in the United States. As Hannah Arendt observed in Eichmann in Jerusalem, What has come to light is neither nihilism nor cynicism, as one might have expected, but a quite extraordinary confusion over elementary questions of morality, quote unquote. And because of that failure of society's moral and ethical compass, we have lost faith. We have lost faith and trust in most institutions and leaders. And we must never forget a second point. We witnessed a shocking reality here of overt censorship. And not only that, that censorship was welcomed, and indeed remains welcomed, by much of our society today, in a country explicitly founded on freedom, the defining trait of what this weekend's forum is entitled The American Identity. Perhaps this should not have been surprising. In my own recent reading and rereading, trying to understand what is happening in our country, besides rereading Dostoevsky, Kafka, Tolstoy, Orwell, it was Alexis de Tocqueville that surprised me. As he detailed 200 years ago in Democracy in America, his admiration for this extraordinary new country founded on self-governance and freedom. Amidst all that praise, he wrote, quote, "I know of no country in which there is so little independence of mind and real freedom of discussion as in America. In America, the majority raises very formidable barriers to the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. He is exposed to continued obloquy and persecution. Every sort of compensation is refused him. Before making public his opinions, he thought he had sympathizers. Now it seems to him he has none anymore. Those who blame him criticize loudly. Those who think as he does keep quiet and move away without courage," unquote. That was Tocqueville. Why is understanding this so essential to university reform? Because universities and professors are granted privileged positions of leadership in our society. They are automatically, by virtue of their titles, deemed leaders, experts by the public, key advisors to governments, directors of government agencies. They are the media's source of expertise. They are automatically highly respected and considered leaders. More than that, America's universities are supposed to be the centers for the free exchange of ideas. In that role, university professors are entrusted to facilitate the exchange, to teach critical thinking to our children, to serve as role models for civil discourse. That special respect, that trust demands a very serious obligation of those professors and leaders to meet the standard that deserves that trust. In the pandemic, university presidents and professors broke the social contract with our most precious resource, our children. But they failed as role models on free speech. And now free exchange of ideas is under threat. Free speech, the bedrock of free societies. Consider the response to those challenging the narrative, like our friends at The Thinker. The response is speaking the truth at so-called elite universities, including my own, Stanford University, that still pays my salary. That was direct censorship, and it was nuanced. It was character assassination, intimidation, and to me, I proudly stand as the only faculty member who received a formal Senate censure from the university. Why is censorship used? To shut someone up, yes, but more importantly, to deceive the public, including students, parents, donors, to stop others from hearing, to convince a naive public there is some sort of consensus to support their actions. But truth is not a team sport. Truth is not determined by consensus or by numbers of people who agree or by their titles. It is discovered by debate, proven by critical analysis of evidence. Arguments are won by data, by logic, not by personal attack. Let's think about the purpose of university education as part of the American identity. We go back to the founding fathers and the founding documents of the University of Virginia. Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1818 that the purpose of university education is, quote, to develop the reasoning faculties of our youth, enlarge their minds, cultivate their morals, and instill into them the precepts of virtue and order. These require free debate and modeling civil discussion. He went on, quote, here we are not afraid at the university to follow truth wherever it may lead, nor to tolerate any error, so long as reason is left free to combat it. As a physician and professor at top universities for 30 years, as a graduate of this University of Chicago School of Medicine when facts mattered, I fear for the students. By definition, students cannot possibly learn critical thinking without hearing differing views. And after learning the essential knowledge, critical thinking is the most important lesson to learn. So the question for me, how should universities be reformed? A key part is, have the lessons been learned? I'm concerned. Remember, most university leadership is still filled with people who shrink during emergencies of controversy, and worse, will not admit their error. That is why they are so interested in turning the page on the pandemic, silence about the destruction and their direct role. Moreover, there is no accountability yet. And accountability is the critical deterrent in our personal lives, in any organization, in any ethical society, against the repetition of serious errors, harms, injustices, and abuses of power. Realize, too, that the plethora of university statements from those same people who claim a new, unyielding commitment to academic freedom, these are meaningless. People have to be judged by actions, not what they say. Everyone who has a child knows this. As of today, more than 110 colleges and universities have officially adopted the Chicago Statement. Many more have used it as a model. It is widely cited by them as the, quote, gold standard for institutional commitment to campus free speech and academic freedom. They point to the document itself as proof of their own commitment. Case in point, my Stanford University, 50 years old, has a statement. Quote, expression of the widest range of viewpoints should be encouraged, free from institutional orthodoxy and from internal or external coercion, unquote. I put it this way, the value of an electronic statement is worth the paper it's written on. Today's reality, while virtually all university presidents claim to stand strong for free speech and open inquiry, according to FIRE's 2025 college free speech rankings, self-censorship by conservative students is rampant, tolerance for controversial speakers is low, disruption of conservative speakers goes unpunished. The top 50 ranked universities achieved an average score for free speech of 55 out of 100. That's an F. Ivy plus Stanford schools averaged rank 220 out of the 251 schools ranked in free speech. 81% had deplatforming of speakers, shouting down. Student tolerance for disruptions has hit record highs. 71% of students are okay with shouting down speakers. In my own analysis of scholarly publications from the university faculty on censorship versus free speech in the top 50 universities from 2020 to 2025, the number of peer-reviewed papers pro-regulation of speech dominates anti-censorship or pro-free speech by a ratio of 3-to-1. Only 15% of those papers even warn of risks of censorship. In communications, official communications from university presidents, provosts, and deans, pro-regulation of free speech dominates at a ratio of 2.5-to-1. Even worse, many top universities are the most active in directly creating what they call better AI tools to censor misinformation. Several universities, again, especially mine, Stanford, who converted their notorious Internet Observatory censorship enterprise into something now called Stanford Cybersecurity, are actively researching and developing AI-based tools to detect and mitigate what they call misinformation. Suddenly, they are the arbiters of truth. Over 25 major US universities lead or fund AI disinformation projects now. 70% of higher ed educations today in this country integrate AI specifically into teaching on, quote, detecting disinformation. Funding today, targeting what they call disinformation, over $200 million in grants supplied by government, corporate, and academic funding sources. This is backed by entities such as the NSF or DARPA, churning out robust models that look at content for what they call disinformation. And even in the face of murder to stop free speech, elite university leadership failed, uniformly ignoring Charlie Kirk's 2025 assassination, a direct murder to stop free speech on campus, by the way. Not a single top 20 school offered any mental health support to students, despite its on-campus setting and obvious impact. This is in stunning contrast to their widespread offering of mental health and wellness support in the past for their favored crises, including George Floyd's death and, yes, both of Donald Trump's elections. What's the good news? There is some good news. Media diversity and the flow of information is probably unstoppable. And that's good. It's already overwhelming what were severely limited sources of information. The solution to misinformation, in my view, is more information. We're human beings. We're supposed to be able to distinguish ourselves from other animals by having the ability to reason. Two, like many of us recognize, there is an explosion in university institutes and programs and centers dedicated to free speech. After a span of 50 years, where only 0 to 3 such programs came up every 5 years, since 2021, there now are close to 40 new and expanded programs on college campuses. The other big positive are the students. Looking at the student universities of the top, student newspapers at the top 50 universities, anti-censorship articles dominate pro-speech restrictions at a ratio of 2.4 to 1. I can also personally attest to this. I work not only with students at Stanford, I have started a nonprofit, the Global Liberty Institute, and Christopher is one of our rising leaders. This is directed at accelerating the careers of outstanding young professionals who are committed to freedom in private business, journalism, government, finance, and in the arts. After the usual resume of accomplishments and references, we only ask one question to these rising leaders. What have you done to show personal courage? I've watched our growth from in 2 years to over 250 rising leaders. I have a new optimism and confidence that we will succeed. There are so many exceptional young people. They need to be mentored. They need to be shown they're not alone, and they need to have their careers accelerated. We see that right here among these students who have organized these symposia. In summary, though, yes, new versions of institutions need to emerge, but most solutions come from individuals. It is ultimately individuals, personal effort that will save freedom. And in that, I fear we still have a disastrous void in individual courage in our country. I'm proud to be an outlier, happily proven right when the so-called inliers are so wrong. But Alexis de Tocqueville was right. Cancel culture is highly effective, unfortunately. It stops others from speaking. I received hundreds of emails from doctors, scientists, faculty at Stanford that live on my block, and people from inside the NIH during 2020 when I was in the government saying, keep talking, Scott, you're right, you're 100% right, but we're afraid for our jobs and our families. That's the level of this. To quote C.S. Lewis, courage is not simply one of the virtues, but it's the form of every virtue at the testing point. We cannot have a successful and free, diverse society if it's filled with people who lack the courage to speak and act with certainty on what Hannah Arendt called elementary questions of morality. And finally, to the students, and I always like to end with this, we can never forget what G.K. Chesterton said. Right is right, even if nobody does it. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody is wrong about it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Atlas. We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to get right into our first panel. Thank you.
Kel. Chris asked. Should I go ahead? Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Apologies for the delay. We're going to start soon. If I could ask the speakers to be seated. Whatever works best for you. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh boy. Where's Kellen? Oh boy. Okay. Hello. Welcome all to our first panel of the day, America 250, Origins, Evolution, and the Future of the Republic. My name is Sebastian Villamil, a staff writer for the Chicago Thinker and a third year at the college, studying business economics and computer science. We are honored to welcome four incredible panelists to discuss their thoughts on America, its founding principles, and its present course into the future. Starting from right to left, we have David Axelrod. Mr. Axelrod is one of America's most preeminent political strategists, serving as chief strategist and senior advisor to President Barack Obama's historic campaigns in 2008 and 2012. He is also the founding director of the University of Chicago's nonpartisan Institute of Politics, having served as its director from 2012 to 2023. He currently serves as chair of its board of advisors. Tom Ginsberg is the founding director of the Forum for Free Inquiry and Expression at the University of Chicago. During his career, Mr. Ginsberg has become one of the most frequently cited international law scholars in the country. He is also an elected member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and is the co-host of the Entitled podcast. Jonathan Turley is one of America's most prominent legal scholars and constitutional law experts, known for his commentary on high-profile cases and political controversies. He is a well-known supporter of the First Amendment, having authored The Indispensable Right, Free Speech in an Age of Rage in 2024. And finally, Dr. John C. Pinero is a director at the Acton Institute for the Study of Religion and Liberty. He was a former professor at Aquinas College for 18 years of history, and his latest book, co-edited with Dylan Panum, is The Christian Roots of American Liberty, a reader. The panel will be moderated by Akshay Kirthi, class of 2027, majoring in biological sciences, and the current managing editor of the Chicago Thinker. Please welcome me in joining our guests.
Hi, everyone. My name is Akshay Kirthi. This panel is titled America 250, Origins, Evolution, and the Future of the Republic. On July 4th, 1776, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence, founding a nation that would change human history and one whose ideals, successes, failures, and legacy will be critically discussed today as we near America's 250th anniversary in 1.5 months. I want to start off this discussion by diving into what I see as a growing divide in how we ought to understand America's founding. Fundamentally, is America's founding something to take pride in or apologize for? Many argue that America was founded in 1776 by a dynamic group of businessmen, military officers, and scholars who fought against tyranny and founded a nation built on ideals that would far outlive them and the flaws of their time. Another perspective, one I find to be increasingly common in academic circles, contextualizes America's founding at 1619, when slaves first arrived to what would become America. They understand America as an imperialist empire founded on discrimination and hypocrisy. First, I want to turn to David Axelrod. How do you understand America's founding?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm the House Liberal here, so in the interest of free expression, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you, and I have a high regard for everybody here, and applaud all you young conservatives for being here on what may be one of the most beautiful days of the year. So you're really showing your commitment. I want to preface my answer by saying I'm the most grateful American there can be, because my father was a refugee from Eastern Europe, and he came here and his family, when he was a child, with his family, and they came to pursue that ideal that's encoded in the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. One generation later, I was the senior advisor to a president of the United States. This is a phenomenal country, and I am deeply appreciative of it. To say that I am proud of my country is not to say that I think our country has not made mistakes, that our country wasn't flawed. One of the genius elements of the Founding Fathers is they understood the imperfections of human beings. And so in launching this unbelievably audacious experiment of self-government, they understood that one of the great obstacles was the imperfections of people, even those who were, Thomas Jefferson had 600 slaves over the course of his life. And he understood the conflict in writing about the equality of men and being a slaveholder. We're not perfect people. What is the genius of America is we've created a structure that allows us to keep trying to perfect our union, to keep trying to overcome those problems and imperfections. And I love that about our country. So I'm very proud of it. I'm also proud of my kids, but I don't love everything they ever did. So let me just end with that.
John Panero, if you could chime in.
Yeah, I'd actually echo some of what David was saying. The first is I think about our country, and I think about, so it would be my grandfather who immigrated at 12 and spoke Portuguese most of his life and was illiterate and would sign with an X. And then here I am in 2005 presenting a book I had edited to President Bush in the Oval Office talking about who we were calling the other GW that day. And I just recall very vividly looking out the windows of the White House and thinking, I'm sure my grandfather would have just been happy if I had owned a business on the street corner or a food cart or something. This was just an amazing journey. I do view the history of the United States as one of the growth of liberty. So I wouldn't start that trend in 1619. There's with the 1619 project, there are tremendous problems in terms of historiography, and both historians on the left and the right, people like Sean Wilentz, have criticized them for that. But the best thing we can think about the founders is not to engage in that kind of question that evangelicals were doing many years ago, the what would Jesus do question. We don't always want to ask what the founders would do. We want to think about them as flawed people. I would take those flawed founders as a group over flawed people in any particular time period. That is, despite their flaws, look at what was produced, look at what was put together. The mention of Thomas Jefferson is a great example. When the abolitionists were arguing to abolish slavery in the 1830s, they were quoting Thomas Jefferson, which forced the pro-slavery forces to hate Jefferson and to criticize Jefferson. And we move on to the civil rights movement, and they're quoting Jefferson through the Declaration of Independence. And so there's words that can be lived up to or not lived up to, but I think the value for me then in looking at the American founding is always going to be the history and the context. And it doesn't mean we contextualize ourselves out of how amazing some of these things were. And it also means we don't just spend our time vilifying. If we look within ourselves, we know we each as individuals have issues and problems, and these folks had issues and problems. But I think at least in Jefferson's case, and he figures prominently in the 250th, doesn't he? He knew he had problems. I wish he would have overcome them better than he did, but at least he was aware of them. That's more than I can say for some.
Let's go to Jonathan Turley.
Well, thank you. It's awkward, but I'm going to have to correct one thing from the bio, and that is not my bio, David's bio, that they left out that he was also the campaign strategist for my mother, Angela Turley, when she ran for the 46th Ward alderman here in Chicago. And as my brother Christopher and my sister-in-law Julie are here, we'd like to think that President Obama was really his effort to find Angela Turley 2.0. But there's no reason for him to remember this among all of his campaigns. But it's a pleasure to be here with David and all of this distinguished panel. It's a great question and one that we have to ask to fully understand not only why we are here today, but who we are. People often forget that the American Revolution was the first true Enlightenment revolution. The Enlightenment writers had been out for a long time. But the American Revolution was something of a fascination for people around the world. In my new book, Rage in the Republic, I talk about the reaction and the sort of elements and personalities that came together to create this unique republic. And one of the things I quote in Rage in the Republic often is a French writer by the name of Crèvecoeur, who wrote a very popular French book. He was here as a farmer, and he tried to explain to Europe who these people are. And in his book, he asked, "What then is this American?" And I asked that a lot in my book, because I'm not sure we can answer that question, or whether people are prepared to answer that question. Who were we then, and who are we now? This revolution was unique and fascinating because people couldn't understand how a people that had very little in common with each other, didn't have land in common or stratified social institutions, even religion in common, how they could come together at this point on the planet and create the world's first major Enlightenment revolution. And they wanted to know, as if we were some type of new species, who are these people whose legacy is a legacy of ideas? This concept, this idea that captured in the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago, that the rights of individuals come from God, not from government, that they are natural rights. They adhere to us as human beings, human rights, like free speech, free religion. That's what fascinated people so much about us then. But of course, you're all familiar with Franklin's challenge about it's your republic if you can keep it. The reason my book is entitled Rage in the Republic, The Unfinished Story of the American Revolution, is because this story probably will never be finished, precisely for the reason that Franklin said. Every generation will have to renew its commitment. And the question then again is, are we prepared now to answer that question of who we are and why we are so unique? I am very proud, as with everyone on this panel, to be an American. I also had an illiterate grandfather who was a coal miner. And this country has given a great deal to our family. But the question for this generation is, what can we pass along? And specifically, can we pass along a republic? Can we keep this republic? And there are sort of a rise of people who are questioning some of the core institutions and values. In the book, I compare the American and French revolutions. And one became the most successful, stable democracy in history. The other became the terror. And the book asks why. What were the unique elements that created those two different trajectories? And part of the answer is that the framers wanted to avoid the historical trend of democracies becoming what Benjamin Rush called mobocracies. So, Madison famously said that in Athens, if every citizen was a Socrates, it would still have been a mob. That is because the system itself didn't protect it from being devoured by itself. It didn't protect it from its own passions. That's what's unique about the American Republic, is it created a system that could hold all of the passions that are produced by democracy. And that's how I view it.
Tom Ginsburg.
Great, thank you. I'd also like to thank you all for putting this on. And actually, when we were starting the Forum for Free Inquiry and Expression, the first group of students I talked to were those from the Thinker. Christopher here was one of our very first students who showed up. So it's great to see you again. And I want to thank you all for putting this on. The way I think about this problem is I think about the American Revolution as lasting, about 25 years or so. You get from 1776, which is the 250 we're celebrating, but then the much more difficult moment of 1787, negotiating the Constitution, and then implementing, or sometimes they'd say liquidating the Constitution, which really goes up till 1801 or so because of the incredibly contested election that happened in 1800. The whole thing could have fallen apart at any one of those moments. And thinking specifically about the 1776, I feel like that is truly something which is universal. You take these Lockean ideas of life, liberty, and property that everyone's supposed to have. You then say, no, it's actually life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can choose your own way, the Enlightenment ideals that Jonathan was just talking about. There's many ways to do that, many ways to live and many ways to live together. And to me, those things are universal. I think even the critics are operating within that tradition. It's like democracy. Even North Korea says it's a democratic republic. Everyone says they're for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those freedom ideals might not be honored in every place, but they have won the normative battle. And everywhere, and this is why I believe, even though in an era of democratic decline that we're in, I'm still optimistic about democracy because I don't think people like to live under tyranny of any sort. And I think that you're going to always see these claims that are ultimately grounded in the 1776 ideal. So I think they are fairly universal. I'm going to say the 1787 thing is much more difficult and maybe much more contentious. And the reason it was more difficult is because that involved bargaining. Everyone pretty much in the United States didn't want to be ruled by King George. But now we've got to put together some kind of system of government for us to live together under. That was really hard. And there's, of course, very well studied, well documented. That's the experiment which seems to be most, I don't want to say fragile, but it's got some challenges today. And I have a lot of thoughts on what those are, but I don't want to take up this moment to do that, to talk about it.
So I'm kind of seeing like a sense of optimism from the four of you about the fact that ideals can outlive, the problems of the time that they were created in. Kind of shifting gears towards, the structure of American government. When the Constitution was first ratified in 1788, it established a governmental and political system that bears similarities to what our current system is today, but also striking differences. For example, in 1788, there was no federal income tax. Most federal revenue came from tariffs. There was no welfare state. The federal government was extremely small and lacked a large administrative state. In fact, I looked up and found that apparently America's first attorney general worked part-time on the job. And then also, most legal and political power was delegated to the states. I want to turn to you, Jonathan Turley, with your legal expertise. Can you kind of walk us through how these transformations in the scope of the federal government emerged over time?
Yeah, some of the changes that you identify really did create rippling effects throughout the system. One of the things that I talk to my students about is that law professors tend to downplay the Declaration of Independence. Even justices like Scalia downplay the Declaration of Independence, which I don't. The Declaration of Independence is the document that defined us as a people. The Constitution, and I'm saying this against interest because I'm viewed as a Madisonian scholar, so I should be talking up the Constitution at every turn. But the Constitution was really the document that made good on the promise of the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence defined us. What Madison gave us was a brilliant system that guaranteed those things, guaranteed those individual rights. And he was the ultimate wonk. That's why when people come up to me after speeches and say, I just love reading the US Constitution, I know they've never read it, because the fact is, it reads like the tax code. There's nothing particularly beautiful about the US Constitution. It was written by a wonk. But its beauty was in its functionality to achieve what was in the Declaration of Independence. Now, what you identified is really key here. here, and probably the two most significant challenges was the federal income tax and the direct election of senators, because the core principle in the Madisonian system is to avoid the concentration of power in the hands of any one individual or any one branch. That's why, in many ways, Newtonian physics were the rage back then, and certainly Madison was part of that. And it's why, if you look at Madison's writings, it's filled with Newtonian references of treating the three branches like planets captured in a stable orbit. And so the way that he protected that system was to have systems to prevent the concentration of power between the branches, but also a system of federalism, so that much of that power is still rested with the states. Those two changes you mentioned took out the two major protections of states. That is, the fact that states would elect U.S. senators gave them a huge amount of power, that the legislature would do it, not the voters, gave them a huge amount of influence over the Senate. And the fact that they controlled the vast majority of revenue gave them probably the most important lever of control. The federal government had to work with states in order to get anything done. So those two things were changed and it wasn't an attack on federalism, they were changed for different reasons. So one of the problems that the Supreme Court has had, and this has been one of the most interesting debates among liberal and conservative justices, is what are we going to do about that? That is, for conservative justices, they argue, look, we still have the 10th Amendment, you still have a constitution that guarantees federalism, so we need to put a little more shoulder to the wheel to make sure that we preserve that balance. Others, like Ginsburg's position was, no, those were constitutional amendments, people passed them, and so I don't particularly have to work to sort of reinforce states' rights. And that is part of the natural give that occurs within our system. Both those views, by the way, are good faith views and were argued beautifully by both sides. But it also shows, and I'll wrap this up, is that there's a difference between dealing with constitutional changes like that within a framework that continues to adhere to our values. Other changes could change the system in a destabilizing way. And I include the call for packing the Supreme Court and other changes that are being put forward today. Those are changes that are the one thing we could do on the 250th anniversary to guarantee we don't have another.
Anyone else have thoughts about packing of the Supreme Court?
Well, no one would admit to being in favor of it, but I might argue that the Supreme Court has been packed already through Senator McConnell's manipulation of the appointment process at the end of the Obama administration, and then changing his mind after my namesake, Justice Ginsburg, passed away about what the principle was for how long we would allow a Supreme Court, how long we would have a delay in an appointment. To me, that was a very destabilizing act. It's the kind of thing that happens all the time. Parties are always bargaining with each other, but it was definitely an escalation. And we're at a moment where the parties are there's so much polarization in the country. There's so little of that spirit of 76 where we're all together fighting some, other enemy, that those kind of moves, I think, are really quite dangerous. I'm not in favor of court packing in response.
But can I disagree on one point? Because I've heard this before, that I argue that Merrick Garland should have gotten a vote. I opposed what McConnell did in writing. But that's not court packing. They didn't increase the size of the Supreme Court. What they're talking about today is adding an instant liberal majority to the Supreme Court. I think there is a difference. I didn't like what they did with Merrick Garland. I made that very, very clear. But that's not packing. I mean, it falls into politics ain't beanbag. And unfortunately, McConnell did what he did.
Go ahead. I just want to widen the aperture a little bit of this discussion, because part of the characteristics of the Constitution was this acknowledgement that, number one, people are imperfect, systems are imperfect, and we ought to have the mechanism to improve and change them. The other, and Jonathan kind of references this, that a functioning democracy, which was, as I said earlier, an audacious experiment, and which Franklin echoed with his admonition, requires that there are rules and laws and norms and institutions, and that they will be respected by the people in these offices. And if we embrace the idea that rules and laws and norms and institutions are only valid when we agree with how they decide issues or where they lead us, in a kind of ideological or partisan way, we undermine the fundamental genius of the structure. I will say, just as an aside, when President Obama got elected in 2008, there was a transition, and President Bush was incredibly gracious to us in every single way in making that transition work. And I told him the day of the inauguration, and I said it publicly, and I say it now, it was really so inspiring. It was a great exhibition of patriotism and an understanding that he was a trustee of this democracy, and as a trustee, he should pass it along to the next person who the people had chosen, even though he might not like everything we said during the campaign, or he might not agree with everything we would do. We are losing that in our politics right now. We have this zero-sum game politics, and we have lost our respect for the value of rules and laws and norms and institutions. We should challenge them, for sure. That's part of the process. But we have to recognize their importance. And if we embrace a philosophy that the strong, that the law of the jungle and the strong take what they want and the weak fall away, and rules and laws and norms and institutions are for suckers, then I think we truly doom this experiment.
I think maybe like ensuing tensions between like transitions in power in the executive branch really imply that the executive branch has a very important role to play in government. We've seen like recent advances by the administration to try to kind of expand the scope of executive power in things like, temporary wartime powers and, the institution of like emergency tariffs. I'm kind of wondering, what do you guys think about like expansion of the executive branch, or what ought to be like the core function of the executive branch today? And then like how is that similar and different from how it was intended in 1788?
Maybe I could start. When they were drafting the Constitution, they knew that the executive would be important, but they thought of it mainly, I think, as a sort of foreign policy thing. They were lucky. In fact, that whole period I was talking about, 1776 to 1801, might not have happened had it not been for the unique presence of George Washington, who everyone knew would be the first president. The office was sort of designed for him in some sense. And they didn't pay as much attention in the constitutional drafting process to the executive so much as they did to issues of federalism and the powers of Congress. They really thought Congress would be the most dangerous branch, if you will. I think we've gotten to a point where executive power has, through those incremental changes that you described, gotten to be very, very high indeed. Congress, of course, can't do anything, it seems like. And so we're sort of governed by a 1.5 branch system at this point, I sometimes say. I fear this very deeply. I've been reading a lot of Hayek recently, who taught in my building, and I think has a lot of eternal wisdom for us. The problem with an imbalanced constitutional order, where the executive is so powerful, and we've seen incredible extra constitutional claims by the administration, I won't go list them all, is it disincentivizes the rotation of office. Like, you can't build up one branch so high and then lose an election and act like President Bush. That's not going to happen. And I really fear for that. I think we're heading towards a crisis because of that imbalance, that in any kind of close election, there will be manipulation to try to keep it. And that's solely a function of the court allowing the executive to take a lot of power and Congress not doing its job.
Anyone want to chime in?
Well, I don't disagree with that. I think that we hear the term crisis a lot. I just had a debate with a Harvard law professor about whether we're in a constitutional crisis. I don't think we are. I think that we have a crisis of faith, particularly among law professors. A lot of them are arguing for the trashing of the US Constitution. We have a number of books on that. We're like a priesthood that has lost its faith but kept its frocks. And we just lecture at cold altars about how we have to change this system. I don't think it is a constitutional crisis. What my colleague from Harvard got wrong, in my view, is that he said, look, we're getting so little done. We have to change the system. Congress is useless. And he argued that this was in favor of democracy. What he was witnessing is democracy. This country is divided right down the middle. Right down the middle. Whole states are divided 50-50. And when we're divided like that, less gets done. That's what happens in a democracy. We can't agree. It doesn't mean that democracy is failing. We have to agree. And in an age of rage, as I've called it in the past, less gets done. It's not our first age of rage, but it burns off in time. We realize that we've become grotesque, that we have become addicted to rage. I think this is what David was picking up on, and I agree entirely with it. Eventually, we realize that the rage is corrupting us, but it's not a constitutional crisis. And I agree with the increased power of the executive, but on that as well, often people twist that history to their advantage. If you take something like the War Powers Act, and Iran and Venezuela, there are good faith arguments about challenging what President Trump did there, and those are arguments I think should be given serious weight. But every president in this republic has contested the argument of Congress that they could dictate whether a president can commit forces like that. Thomas Jefferson with the Barbary Pirates made that very, very clear. Presidents under our system have and will continue to have the ability to start a war because there's no way around that. They have to be able to respond quickly. Congress has the ability to stop the war by stopping funding. The War Powers Act itself has been challenged on its constitutionality by every president in my lifetime. In fact, I represented members opposing Obama's Libyan war as an undeclared war. And let me just say, it did not go well. But I was not too surprised. I represented members of Congress who felt that Obama had unilaterally declared war on Libya. And the fact is that the courts have left that to the political process. So it's not that it means that Trump is right or wrong in what he's doing, but people need to have some context and history to this debate. This is not the first time this has come up.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Give it to Donroe.
Yeah.
No, please.
So the mention of history brings up something that I think is very important. And one of the things we could do with the past is turn it into one long morality play. We can do that with the present too, but it's not just a matter of the election of 1800. So some folks would like to look at the election of 1800, which was decided in the House, and say, look at this great moment in American democracy, and it was peacefully settled. But Virginia called out its militia just in case Jefferson wasn't chosen. And in 1860, of course, it was even worse. So my warning as an historian is always to say, beware the influencer, and beware the technocrat, and beware the political operative who tells you things are worse than they've ever been, and that the next election is the most consequential election you'll ever participate in, you'll ever get to vote for. That's the zero-sum game, which was mentioned earlier. That's very dangerous stuff. The country's been divided before. We're still here 250 years later. The Civil War is a pretty big speed bump. We don't want to forget about that. Nor should I think we forget about the first Constitution, which only lasted a few years, the Articles of Confederation. If I was going to look at the Declaration in the 250th anniversary, I would look at the Articles of Confederation first, because that's where you imbued the revolution in the government. The Constitution is the lesson that the Articles maybe weren't good enough. But what I wouldn't do is look at So I don't use phrases like the Lockean ideas or legacy of ideas to describe the Constitution and the founding. I think the danger there is to present that constitutional formula as an ideology of the kind that went wrong in the French Revolution. So I guess I agree with those like Russell Kirk, who would argue that the American Revolution primarily was a conservative event, preserving liberties long practiced, long lived, and the streams of thought going into those kinds of liberties weren't created by John Locke. They weren't created out of whole cloth by the founders. They had a long legacy in Western history and Judeo and Christian culture. But it's true they had never come together in one polity before. And so will we start to get into the realm of ideas only? That's where the will to power creeps in, I think, and that's where we want to vanquish the enemy, and then we have the friend-enemy distinction.
Can I just say a couple of things? One is, and I say this to my liberal friends, Donald Trump has made me more of a conservative, and it's around this very issue. Because I grew up in a home. My parents were they were kids when Roosevelt saved America in their view and created sort of the modern presidency and arrogated to himself a lot of power to do it. I mean, he blazed a lot of new trails, and we came to look at the president in that sort of model of leadership, and succeeding Democratic presidents certainly followed in that. In some ways, Republicans as well. But what I've learned is that what I think the founders knew, which is that this works assuming good faith on the part of everyone who holds these offices. And if the person in the office doesn't actually believe in these fundamental ideals, it doesn't work. And so we see, now we have courts, and the courts are there, and there's still a guardrail. But I have a little bit more reticence about the exercise of executive power than I did before. The second thing is, you mentioned the country's divided down the middle. One thing that's different today, and every era is different, but we live in an era of new technology and social media. The platform, the profit sort of model of the platform is to keep people online, and their great insight is the way you keep people online is through anger, outrage, resentment, conspiracy theories. And it doesn't really matter whether you're left or right, or they just figure they have more data about us than we know about ourselves, and they shove us into our silos, and our views are always affirmed but not necessarily informed. And everybody outside the silo is not just someone with a different background or a different point of view, but someone who's alien and dangerous and un-American. And so we have this and unlike other forms of community, we always had yellow journalism and we could choose papers that reflected our point of view, but we made that choice. This is a sort of involuntary process where the algorithms decide what we'll see and what will stimulate us. And it's created an environment in which compromise and cohesion is harder than it's been. And I think, and this causes, when you have terminal gridlock in Congress, it causes presidents to want to exercise more executive authority. So we have a lot of elements here that we have to address in furtherance of our mandate from the founders to renew the republic and keep it healthy. And I think if we don't confront these issues, I'm not as sanguine as you guys are about what the future will bring.
So you think you're free, but you're manipulated by algorithms every day. And the thing you should do before you leave today is delete the social media off your phone and then not look at it. That sounds like something simple, and it does sound very like the old guy over 50 telling you to, take that off your phone. But it was something the other Frenchman, not Crèvecoeur, but Tocqueville said when he looked at American mores and said, here's some of the ideas, here's the reasons American democracy survives. But one of them he identified, he called mores, which I guess the best translation for that's going to be customs or traditions. What I take from that is, despite what the Americans might seem like, And there were a lot of European critics in the 19th century, Charles Dickens among them, who came and just described us as barbarians, for example, particularly at table. But this is what they might be like, and yet they're better than their theories when you get to know them, and so are your neighbors. And so you get off your social media and you go out your door and you solve issues with your neighbors, and you don't nationalize everything. I think the nationalization of our politics, which I think can be laid at the door of direct election of senators, in part at least, pulling state representation out of the federal system entirely. But that's like a non-political way to look at things. Yeah. We were talking baseball, this panel, beforehand, and it didn't take me more than 2 minutes to realize this was not the moment to promote the Detroit Tigers as the greatest team of the American Midwest. But we just,
if you look at the standings, it's not a moment to promote the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah. But that's just that typical kind of moment where you're doing something with your neighbor, whether we call that the principle of federalism, subsidiarity, local. I don't think people should think globally and act locally. I think it's actually the other way around. I would.
No, but I think you really captured the beauty of this country, that even though we were divided between the Tigers and the Cubs, we were united in our common hatred of the White Sox. And I say that for Scott's purpose, since he's a White Sox fan. But I want to add two things as a follow-up. One is, I wouldn't say we're at the 1.5 on the tripartite system. The court system has been functioning quite well, and it has. If you look at the average in terms of presidents, Trump is a little bit below average in terms of being upheld by the Supreme Court, but it's fairly consistent in terms of presidents how the court has ruled. As you know, the president has not liked that and has attacked the Supreme Court justices, something I've criticized him for. And it's not going to have any impact on the justices. But the court system is functioning. It has its own problems. The national injunction issue, I think, has been largely resolved by the Supreme Court. And we're seeing a decline in trial courts issuing national injunctions. The other thing that I was going to note, and this is, I agree with so much you've said, so I don't want to suggest that this is anything but a small point. When we get back to the founding, I'm going to make one more pitch for the Enlightenment revolution. It is true that these ideas existed before. The Declaration of Independence is a true Lockean document. I mean, it just echoes Locke throughout the Declaration of Independence. And I find it funny that some law professors have indicated they don't believe Locke had as much influence as he did. I really don't understand how you could say that if you read something like the Declaration of Independence and some of the other documents. But we also created some unique aspects, and I would point to the First Amendment as a uniquely American voice. If you look at just free speech in the First Amendment, that was not a byproduct of Great Britain. I mean, the framers actually liked a lot of stuff out of Great Britain. They reproduced a lot of it. They liked the system overall. But Great Britain never did protect free speech very well, and it certainly doesn't today. There were levelers and others back in Great Britain that espoused a natural right for free speech. But the First Amendment was almost unique as this roaring endorsement in a constitutional form of free speech. So I think we do have some more unique elements there. I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, I mean, in part, so what the amendments are doing, it wasn't just George Washington's presence that made the anti-federalists, that kept them from being counter-revolutionaries, but as Patrick Henry said, let's care for the crazy machine. We'll see how it goes. The last Constitution lasted 5 years, maybe this one will last 10, but we've got Washington around. It was the promise of a Bill of Rights, which Madison at first opposed at the Constitutional Convention. But I would look at those as codifying liberties that were already present, and it's a concern that if you create a new national government, you don't want it to establish a national church, for example. But states had established churches, some of them up until the early 1830s, like Connecticut. And it's accurate to say, I would agree, especially about Britain. When we talk about the Sedition Act in 1798, there were worse versions of the Alien and Sedition Acts in Britain at the time, right? So there were worse versions in some states than the one at the federal level. So one of the things I think it's important to keep in mind about the Declaration is, number one, I would agree that there's Lockean elements, but I would also add there were over 100 declarations of independence by colonies and municipalities and other groups. This is Congresses. It's a committee document. The Declaration of Independence is not a systematic treatise on government. Jefferson wrote one book, edited a secret book, but wrote one book, and that was his notes on the state of Virginia. But Congress heavily edited to the tune of hundreds of words, I think like 500 words edited out of Jefferson's Declaration. And the part we usually don't read or celebrate, especially on big anniversaries, are all those grievances, which to me reads a lot like you all know more about law than I do, so you tell me if I'm wrong. Reads much like a document in the common law tradition of England and that tradition of petitions and declarations against the king, against the local lord, than it does, say, an explosion of liberty in a systematic treatise written by a committee and then heavily edited by another committee.
If I may, for purposes of time, I kind of want to shift this discussion towards, a discussion about ideals versus heritage. I see this as a growing conflict on one of the most fundamental questions defining America's 250th anniversary. What does it truly mean to be an American today? I think this tension can be quite aptly described using two quotes. In his farewell speech, Ronald Reagan said, quote, "You can go live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or a Japanese. But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American." Let's contrast that to an excerpt from J.D. Vance's RNC speech upon being accepted to be the vice president. He said, quote, "America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation." After he then described the 5 generations of his ancestors that were buried in a rural Kentucky cemetery, he argued that, quote, "People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their homeland." This question is for John Pinero. How would you answer, what does it mean to be an American? Is being an American defined by a belief in a set of ideals, or is being an American defined by a heritage and sacrifices over generations?
Well, I wouldn't qualify as a so-called heritage American. I think so. History is complex. The one thing Reagan got wrong there, and I'm a proud Reagan zombie on most days, but the one thing Reagan gets wrong is that's the tension you see, and I think in a lot of European countries right now with immigration from folks outside of Europe. That tension's very much there. Can you? I think you can under the law, but does that mean the people there, right, who trace their nationhood to ethnicity are going to hold that to be different? So this is the creed versus culture debate. I don't think it has to be an either or. So I guess this is where I would say that I would ask a different question, and I would beware of anyone who engages in this kind of true Scotsman fallacy of who the real Americans are, whether they're on the right or on the left, whoever they're reading out of the picture. I mean, there's the legal answer of citizenship, and then there's the answer of the ideals, if we can find the common ground for the 5 or 6 ideals. So I think it's a very dangerous view. It's a view that when the Society of Cincinnati was being founded in the 1780s, there was concern that would grow into an order of nobility. And there was some question whether Washington should support that or not. Would it establish like these Americans are more important than the other Americans because they can trace their ancestry to the Mayflower or to the Revolution or to veteran status? Are the families of veterans going to have some kind of higher social credit score as some countries would apply than others? These are all questions worth working through, but I think the answer over time tends towards the creed. But when we talk about the 1780s and 1790s, certainly those folks were defending what they knew best from new encroachment. Burke described it well in his conciliation speech, trying to understand the Americans. Like the English were just, they get taxed and they say, "Give me more." And the Americans, you lower their tax 400% in the Tea Act, and they rebel because they don't want to pay it at all, because they say it's an unjust tax. And this just didn't make sense to the English. And the answer was, for Burke, Americans had been living free for 160 years, and now it's a shock to the system. So that's certainly an argument for heritage there, but I don't think you can apply that in 2026.
Yeah, I want to echo that because there's something deeply offensive about the concept of heritage American for most Americans. In Raging Republic, I tell the story in some ways through the life of Thomas Paine. I follow him because he's one of two figures that played a major role in both revolutions, the other being Lafayette. And it almost killed both of them when they went to Paris and became part of the terror or got caught up in it. But in many ways, when you ask what is an American, I really, in my book, I suggest the answer can be found in Thomas Paine. He was an incredibly principled and courageous person. He was also obnoxious and reckless. He had failed in everything he had ever done. Every business he created ended up in bankruptcy. Every job he ever held, he was fired from. And he ended up in London in front of someone, just a pile of human wreckage, without a penny, without a friend. And one person looked at him and saw something that no one else did. And that was Benjamin Franklin. And he bought a ticket for Paine to go to the United States. And I think that Franklin, maybe it takes genius to see genius. He saw something. John Adams saw something in him. When people said that John Adams wrote Common Sense, he told his wife, I couldn't have written that book, but I think I know who did. There's a man named Thomas Paine, and he had genius in his eyes. But the only point about this is he came to this country a human wreck. He even added an E to his name and reinventing himself. Within 2 years, he wrote Common Sense and was called the penman of the American Revolution. And I think that what brings people to this country is this idea that we can create our own manifest destiny here, that we can be anything we want to be here. That's what Thomas Paine proved. In many ways, I think that is what it means to be an American.
Yeah, can I just echo what Jonathan said? This question comes up about does American exceptionalism? That is what makes American exceptional. I told you about my own personal history, but it's the history of so many. And to me, that commitment to those ideals of the Declaration, to the rule of law, and to this principle that everyone should have the opportunity to chase their dreams and make the most of themselves. And I think that our common mission, we may have different ideas about how to get there, but our common mission is to keep that alive and keep that real. It's what's made us a beacon to the world, and we don't want to extinguish that beacon and make ourselves exactly like every other country. We're not like every other country. We were founded on an ideal, and we should preserve that ideal.
Can I add something? I think we should think about this also in terms of demography. We all know why Vice President Vance is pushing this line. It's politically expedient for some of his supporters. But if you think about it, we're the only country in the West, in the industrialized world, that doesn't have this conception of an ethnic basis for the country. And that's a great virtue, because we alone, in this era of massive demographic decline in the rich world, I mean, rich countries are not replicating themselves. So the only country that is going to be able to survive that is the country which has a system of immigration where, we have legal immigration, people come in and we absorb them into the country. The other demographic point is we are unique, I think, among these countries in that we really don't care very much. We are a mestizo country, and people don't talk about this enough, but everyone marries everybody over time. In a generation or two, let's take the Hispanic population now. After a generation or two in the country, they what's the word? Endogamy, I guess is the technical term. Marrying outside of your group. It happens at the same rate as everybody else. Our history is full of groups that were discriminated against. I think of Germans in World War I. People were changing their name because they didn't want to be known as Germans. And well, now we think of Germans as, German Americans as just like any other white American, all of those categories are constantly blending, and we should celebrate that and not divide ourselves up. I think it would help us leverage our unique advantage in the industrialized world.
Yeah, I agree. I think like the rubber really hits the road on this one in terms of like immigration policy and ideas of cultural identity. Just to spearhead an argument, many people worry that, through treating American identity as merely an adherence to a set of ideals, it opens the door for large-scale immigration over time to displace the culture that fundamentally makes America what it is. What do you guys make of this?
Well, it's a familiar argument. We've heard it in other periods in our history.
Yeah.
And in very much the same terms. What has happened is that people have added to the strength and buoyancy of our country, both in terms of economics and culture as well. I think what is true is that people need to have faith in an immigration system that is working, where there's actual borders and we have some idea about who's coming in, and which is separate from racial profiling and some of the things that we saw here in Chicago and elsewhere. But I go back every once in a while and read what Senator Henry Cabot Lodge was saying in the late 19th century, and it's not coincidental that this happened in a period of great economic change, the Industrial Revolution, the period of the robber barons and so on, and there was great disquiet among people who were feeling displaced, and there was an audience for these kinds of arguments. But we've overcome them in the past, and I think to the strength of our country.
My last question is for Tom Ginsberg. A poll by NBC News found that today only 27% of Generation Z, my generation, say that they're proud to be Americans. As a pre-med student, I meet people every week who feel disaffected from American institutions, including medicine. What needs to be done to keep people proud of a nation that will forever fall short of its ideals in some way?
That's a tough question. First of all,
glad you got it.
Yeah, really. Why did I get that one? It's a shocking statistic, and yet, I think it's one of these statistics which you shouldn't put too much weight in. A lot of times we see cohort effects in these things and age effects, so that when you're, it's something people might say when they're in their 20s or millennials. By the time they're 30 and they realize, wow, this country's economy is like a machine that just can't be stopped. It's amazing. And if you travel as much as I do and you see countries that aren't delivering anything to their citizens, then you really see it's a wealth machine. It's a machine where if you work hard, you can get by. That's why people come here. There's so many things that make the country great that I think people over time tend to pick those up. But it also is something that we should not ignore, because it's a sign that the perception of the social contract is that it's breaking down. And so what can we do? I don't know, but I do spend a lot of time in the university thinking about this, like how it's related to some of the points Scott was making earlier about what universities can do. And I think partly what we can do is to fight the siloization that's going on. People are probably repeating things that they saw on the social media. It's hip to be disenchanted. We have to provide a space where we can talk about these things and talk about the good and bad quite openly, without ideology and without fear or favor. And that itself is the most American thing you can do. So to me, practicing what we preach within universities is a small step that's within our grasp to take.
Can
I'll
I
let
respond?
Axelrod respond, then we'll open up.
Can I respond to my tenured friend for a second?
Yeah.
I don't think it's mythology, or there are changes in the economy. It is harder for younger people today than it was in previous generations. The entry level, I hear it from our own students when they leave here. But I think the thing that we need to really emphasize is part of what you get for being an American and living in this economy, living in this country, is you get the tools to try and affect change and to bring about policies and to promote ideas that might improve not just your situation, but improve generally conditions. And I think one of the reasons I'm here, Christopher invited me. We worked together when he was a student here. He would participate in the Institute of Politics, where we try and have these kinds of discussions all the time. And the reason that I do that work and the reason I started the Institute of Politics is because I'm actually inspired by these young people who I meet every day, from right to left, because they are invested in the project of perfecting our country. And they may disagree on how to do it, but they are not submitting to cynicism and despair. And the best thing we can do is encourage young people to use the tools that are available to them, not just the personal tools to advance themselves, but the tools that are available to them to help perfect this experiment that we're talking about in ways that are constructive. And part of it involves talking to people who you may have different views with and approaching them with an open mind and a willingness to hear and perhaps learn. And to recognize their common humanity and their common patriotism and not try and dominate each other. And those are the values that we promote at the Institute of Politics. I think that's the value that Tom promotes on the campus. I'm here in that spirit.
All right, let's open it up for questions. Gentlemen, and yeah. Guy standing up.
Thank you. Sorry for the mix-up. I want to engage on a sort of philosophical question that seems to be underlying. There was the topic of European nations and these people considering themselves a nation because of their blood and their ancestry, as opposed to the American nation. But more and more we see that American influence has brought these ideas into Europe. And we see the children of immigrants in these European nations, I've seen a lot in Britain specifically, say that they are, in this case, British because they were born there, which is ultimately not a constituting British value. I'm curious if you think that in the same way that, and this goes to anyone, that republics are now the majority form of government around the world, at least in name. If you think that this idea will spread and what consequences you see for the world at large in this nation as an ideal concept spreading.
I guess, was that directed at me?
No, it's a jump ball.
I'm happy to answer too after this.
So republics, one of the things we forget as Americans is that we actually have the oldest republic in the Western world. So we're told all the time how young our country is. But the French have got, correct me if I'm wrong, is it at least five or six republics since 1789? And most of them haven't ended well when they transitioned to the new one, right? And so when Washington wrote to a synagogue as president, he talked about our liberal policy, and he was referring to religious liberty specifically, but what he also said is, this is worthy of imitation. Now, that's not the same thing as writing a constitution for a country and dropping it on the country as Franklin Roosevelt did to Haiti and others have done to other countries, and then say, here, go. I mean, there's a context and capabilities. There's all kinds of things that matter. So I don't know that the rest of the world is being Americanized in this way. I see tensions that point to American distinctiveness on this score.
I think I would say that maybe I disagree. I think it is, to some degree, a generalization of the way we've organized our society. And it does go back to 1776. I talked about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But remember, the other part of that sentence is equality. All men are created equal. And that's a really radical idea at that time, of course. And it took us, it was something we're still struggling with. But what it means is at the international sphere, when those things get adopted into the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and human rights instruments, is that you can't just discriminate on against someone in your country because of their ethnicity and such. And that because the economics of those societies have led to much more immigration, they're really struggling with it. But in a way, because of that American ideal, there's no real choice then to integrate people into a more American conception of what the nation is, and it's very difficult, very challenging for them.
All right, next question. Gentleman all the way in the back middle. Yeah.
Hello. First of all, thank you all for coming here. I'm glad, we've had at least you have all had a kind of a conversational tone. I think I'm interested in sort of the, of course, someone mentioned I forget which of you four mentioned the sort of Judeo-Christian roots of these. And so I'm very interested, especially sort of in the modern evangelical movement that sort of, kind of first has sort of had a very varied history, but now especially in the new Republican sphere is becoming a very distinctive ideology. So I'm wondering what the interplay is between, this sort of deeply religious, sometimes apocalyptic tradition in Judeo-Christianity and sort of the founders, many of whom, of course, were deists, and sort of that rational sector of the Enlightenment. I'm wondering, how these sort of fit together in the American project and what their place together is in the future. Thank you.
Well, this is where I get to talk about my book, which Jonathan is very, very good about. For the Acton Institute recently published The Christian Roots of American Liberty, a reader, its primary sources. And the primary sources in there date back to the 3rd century, the 2nd century. They run through the medieval period. And what we see often enough in the actual sources, don't take my word for it, don't take anyone on the panel's word for it, but you look in the sources and you see, for example, Tertullian in the 3rd century. Tertullian, among other things, besides coining the term Trinity for Christians, he wrote about religious liberty in almost the same wording that Jefferson used in the Virginia statute for religious liberty. I think I have the title of that wrong. But and in fact, Jefferson's own copy of Tertullian is underlined. It doesn't mean all these folks in the late 1700s were reading folks from the 300s or even the medieval period, but it does mean, to quote the namesake of the Acton Institute, Lord Acton, that these liberties are the delicate fruit of a mature civilization. There's been centuries of historical and intellectual development. Now, that reader is meant to be in opposition to the Christian nationalists you cite or you refer to. You didn't name them, or their variety, which the Vice President of the United States flirts with a bit, the post-liberals and the Catholic integralists. All of those groups have this illiberal approach to religious liberty, and when you look at the sources, this is where I think I'd have a difference with Jonathan. I see a much less secular founding. I don't think of it in terms of the Enlightenment so much, but the deeper roots of it. I don't think the sources of these liberties are to be found in something like the secular Enlightenment, but more told probably in the more heavily Christian Scottish Enlightenment, but even previously. I'll stop there to share time.
All right, one last question. Lady in the middle row. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tassini. I'm a student at the college. I have a question regarding anyone who wants to answer your focus on heritage and ideal and how we go forward, especially in the perception of Gen Z on being proud of our nation, right? I'm hearing a lot of opinion in Gen Z specifically that this administration in particular is propelling a movement that is not reckoning with our past, if that makes sense. So while being proud of the things that we have accomplished, do you think that there is room to reckon with sort of slavery, racial segregation, women's rights issues, all of these things that have been a part of our nation and has been like a period of us figuring out what does liberty actually mean, right? So, and that's a huge part of our history. So what do you think about what the administration is doing currently in this ideal? And how do you think our nation can go forward, especially in terms of how Gen Z views our nation? So
It's a great question.
I want to start, if I might. Sorry, just barge in, so I think there's, first of all, looking around the world, there's many different ways to do ethnicity and things like this, and we have our way. We have the way we've been doing it, and for the last few decades, and then the way we've done it in other parts of our history. So there's no sort of absolute right way to do it. But there's obviously been a big shutdown of bureaucracies that are devoted to DEI. That's a major move of the administration. My view about it is that I'm not a big believer in bureaucracy, as I mentioned Hayek before, but I am deeply opposed to not letting us talk about those things, or to introduce these bills we've seen in several of the red states where you can't talk about divisive concepts in the classroom, things like that. That is not just, it's beyond illiberal, it's authoritarian. It's the government trying to dictate what is truth. And so I think that's highly problematic. We have to debate these things. That's as American as apple pie and the Declaration of Independence, that we struggle over what liberty means. We get to talk about our history. We get to wrestle with the complexities and the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's what we do.
Yeah, I would echo that. I don't think, I think cancel culture is a real thing. I don't think the answer to cancel culture is cancel culture. And I think we should be clear on that. And just to the previous question, I mentioned my father came here during the pogroms, and he came here because of the part of why they came here was the freedom to worship as they saw fit. And we ought not to create we ought not to pervert what is a strength of the Constitution, I think, which is a guarantee of that. And the last thing I'd say on that is I wish that people who want to post the 10 Commandments, people in politics who want to post the 10 Commandments, would be as aggressively interested in observing them in some way. Anyway, go ahead.
Did you want?
Oh, I only had two comments about Gen Z. The first is we have an emerging leader program at Academic Institute, which is a global competitive program to internship there in the summer. There's some great students. I mean, these are mostly undergraduates. The second thing is, and that I learned from them, is part of the problem, and maybe behind the data cited earlier in the 27th percentile, whatever that was, is that I think too many folks identify what it means to be an American with the U.S. government, with government activities, with foreign policy, and they don't think about society, they don't think about culture, they don't think about their neighbor, they don't think about those things. They just think of government. And that's definitely a difference between now and the founding, which a lot of history in between, of course, explains.
Yeah, I would add, and this builds on what David was saying about cancel culture, is that I've also been critical of the moves in the administration in some states to limit discussions on campuses. I agree with David on that point. The problem is that we have not seen a reciprocal effort coming from higher education. I've been teaching for over 3 decades. I never imagined I would see higher education in the state it is today. This echoes what Scott had talked about. When I went here at the University of Chicago, it was a true awakening for me. I lived in the Dorchester Cooperative. We had Trotskyites that would meet in the basement. We had militant vegans that lived in the house. We had libertarians next door. I always describe it as walking into the scene, the bar scene in the Star Wars movie. I loved every minute of it. It's not that they changed my view. I loved talking with people that saw things that I was seeing and saw things completely differently. The fact is that most departments in this country have purged conservative and libertarian and contrarian faculty. Some don't have a single Republican. I had a debate with another Harvard law professor. It seems to be becoming a trend. But this one was at Harvard Law School itself, and it was whether Harvard's committed to intellectual diversity. And I noted that that the Harvard faculty now is down to, if you're generous, 4 or 5 Republican conservatives on the entire faculty. And I asked Randy Kennedy, this is a country divided right down the middle, and yet you have only 4 or 5 conservatives, Republicans. And by the way, it's the majority of judges in this country follow that ideological side, and you have 4 or 5. And Randy said, we're an elite university. We don't have to look like America. And I said, Randy, you don't even look like Massachusetts. I mean, Massachusetts is 35% Republican. The point is only this, that when we talk about how this new generation is viewing the United States, most of our students go through higher education in an echo chamber of intense orthodoxy. There is incredible viewpoint intolerance in higher education. Some of us who are dissidents, we're the minority left. I mean, on my faculty, when I first joined the faculty, it was 40% center-right, libertarians, conservatives. We're now down to 4 on a faculty of 180. And that is by no means unique. I mentioned that statistic at Georgetown Law School, and one of the faculty members came up and said, what are you talking about? We're down to 2. You're doing twice as better than we are. The point is that we cannot have what is necessary for higher education unless we change that, and the faculty is not going to change that. And I've been talking to university presidents who want to change it. A lot of them want to change it. The faculty will not change it. I can tell you that right now. They just can't get themselves to do it. They can't get themselves to select someone that holds different views from them. It's going to be up to creating islands within universities, things like Hoover and others, to create new islands where students can actually talk with someone with a divergent view of the world. I think that once we have more of that diversity of thought, I think students, their perception will change as to what it is about this country. It's not that we agree, but that in fact we disagree, and we have a plurality of opinions.
Thank you, guys. This was a great panel. Just to wrap up, lunch will be served on the 10th floor of Rubenstein. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
One p.m. is now going to be starting at 1:15. We will be going to lunch until 1:15, 10th floor. Hope to see you there.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, put your hand to the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss that stack, taking big swings, put your hand to the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our final panel, Free Market Economics in the 21st Century. My name is Christopher Gould. I'm a first year at the college studying economics and a staff writer for the Chicago Thinker. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the speakers of this panel. Lydia Newman is a prominent monetary policy expert and the managing director of monetary economics at the American Institute for Economic Research. With over 2 decades of experience in the public policy arena, she has held high-level leadership roles within federal regulatory bodies, nonprofit think tanks, and the U.S. Congress. Harold Uhlig is a distinguished macroeconomist and the Bruce Allen and Eugene Foster Distinguished Service Professor in Economics at the University of Chicago, where he has taught since 2007. He is the former chair of the Department of Economics at the University of Chicago and a former lead editor of the Journal of Political Economy. He has also served as a consultant for the European Central Bank, Deutsche Bank, and the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. And finally, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my father, Jonathan Gould, the 32nd Comptroller of the Currency, where he serves as the administrator of the federal banking system, overseeing more than 1,000 national banks and federal savings associations, and is a member of the Federal Financial Stability Oversight Council and is on the board of the FDIC. Moderating this panel will be Noah Bauserman, a first year in the college majoring in economics and French, and he is also the deputy editor of the Chicago Thinker. Please join me in welcoming our speakers to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Christopher. Welcome to those watching both here in Friedman Hall and online at our Rumble and YouTube live streams. As Christopher said, my name is Noah Bosserman. I'm a first year in the college studying economics and French, and I'm the deputy editor of the Chicago Thinker. The irony is not lost on me that we are sitting here in Friedman Hall, named perhaps after one of the greatest economists of the 20th century. In today's panel, titled Free Markets in the 21st Century, I would like to open with a quote from Milton Friedman's book, Capitalism and Freedom. Economic freedom is an essential requisite for political freedom. By enabling people to cooperate with one another without coercion or central direction, it reduces the area over which political power is exercised. In addition, by decentralizing economic power, the free market provides an offset to whatever concentration of political power may arise. My question, directed to open this panel at all three panelists, we can go in a row, is this. Are our markets of today, those of the Western world, more or less free in 2026 than when Milton Friedman penned those words in 1962? Why or why not?
Okay, well, like you, I'm a great fan of Milton Friedman. And I mean, he was an icon, he was a pioneer. He wrote these lines in 1962. And somehow I'm thinking he had it easy. And I want to explain why. You know, I grew up in West Berlin. I lived there from 1978 to 1985. There was a wall around West Berlin. The wall wasn't there to keep us in West Berlin. We are free, we could go anywhere. The wall was there to keep East Germans from coming to West Berlin. The East German government kept the East Germans as prisoners. I'd been to East Germany a few times. You know, I was almost shot once by a border guard. I was strip searched. You didn't dare say your opinion when you were in East Germany. Choices in restaurants and supermarkets were miserable. All the people in East Germany were envious of us who lived in the West, of the systems that we had, because we had a system that was called capitalism. They had a system that was called democratic socialism. So Friedman could point at democratic socialism and say, look, what an evil, failed system that is, because there it was in real life. Nowadays, we see a sympathy of 60% of the young people, you know, have sympathies for socialism. Among Democrats, 66% have a favorable view of socialism. Only 40% of capitalism. We see politicians like AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani in New York espousing democratic socialism as a way going forward. And my question is, are these people insane? Don't they know that socialism always has resulted in bad regimes, in poverty, in lack of freedom? What is it that these people are yearning for? Don't they understand that entrepreneurship, that capitalism, that freedom is the engine that brought us forward, that brought us to the wealth and prosperity that we get to enjoy in the United States? So I think in some ways the world has become freer because these regimes are now by and large gone. I mean, there's still some of them, of course. China may be most prominent. But on the other hand, the sympathy that has arisen for democratic socialism gets me deeply concerned.
Ms. Newman?
I think similarly, it's more difficult to defend capitalism or free markets today than it was in Friedman's time because of those other examples. You had stark comparisons of where other economies were not doing so well because of that totalitarianism. I think today in the Western world, especially in America, probably in various countries in Europe, it's a much more subtle dampening effect on free markets, in a way that I think free markets may get blamed for more of the issues in our economies than they really deserve blame for. partially because our markets are not really as free as we think they are. The level of government regulation across the Western world has increased significantly. I think banking is a great example of this. Since the 2008 financial crisis, you have large amounts of restrictions on the types of things that count as risk management, and government has replaced institutions' own risk management. And one of the brilliant things about free markets is you have new entrants, but you also have exits. When somebody does something bad, something risky, something that didn't serve society, the part of free markets that makes society better off is that it allows some of those firms to fail. And we have substituted that sometimes rather uncomfortable part of the market with governments trying to control risk to avoid failure. And I think that actually causes longer-term problems and causes longer-term slows growth, prevents innovation, and also then gives free markets a bad rap. When an institution should fail, it instead oftentimes gets bailed out by government. And I'd like to remind people that that's not the free market that's having that happen.
Comptroller Gould.
So I'd maybe take a slightly narrower view of the question and speak more on the banking system specifically. So just if you just look at the U.S. banking system, the consolidation that our industry has seen since, say, the 1980s and 1990s, you can see us trending towards consolidation of market power among just a handful of very large banks. Our banking market it's not anywhere near what some of the European countries are, but it's far more consolidated than it was historically. It's closer to, and the trends are moving it towards more like a Canadian type system where there are just a handful of very large firms that are dominating that. That being said, we're still a long ways from there, and I think some of us who are now leading the various federal banking regulators recognize that the overregulation of the banking system has ironically driven extremely high levels of consolidation over the last 18 years since the financial crisis. I would just echo a couple points that my panelists have already made here. One is that the desire to set the risk tolerance of the banking system to close to zero has huge consequence for the freedom of all of us who interact with it. It also constrains the banking system from actually fueling private sector growth, which is, of course, the whole point of the banking system, or should be. And the other point I just note is that economic freedoms are based and presuppose a level of financial literacy, which, again, as the professor noted, seems to be lacking in this country, and that's deeply problematic. And banks have historically played an important role in their financial literacy efforts. And I'm hopeful that efforts like the Trump accounts, et cetera, that we've seen now from this administration will encourage people to take personal ownership at a young age in their own economic futures, and that will drive and form the basis for financial literacy going forward, which of course, incorporate concepts like personal property, et cetera, which then hopefully will, over time, kind of push back against some of this, I think, erosion of economic freedoms that we have been seeing over the years.
Thank you. Now, as I imagine many of us in the room are well aware of, last Wednesday, the United States Senate voted in one of the closest elections ever to confirm Kevin Warsh to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. I personally am quite optimistic about Mr. Warsh. I'm very, very happy to see that a fellow of the Hoover Institute will be leading our Federal Reserve. I was curious on your thoughts. Are you optimistic about Mr. Warsh? Are you excited to see what he might change within the Federal Reserve relative to what Chairman Powell has been doing? And we can go down the line again. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Warsh is an excellent choice for the chairmanship. He has in the past taken positions of hoping that the Fed would be more on the hawkish side, and he's criticized the huge reserves that the Fed has built up. So these will be interesting things to watch going forward. I think the most important task for him is going to establish that the Fed keeps its independence in some ways. Criticism leveled against him There's a good opportunity to show that he's truly independent, and I hope he does so. The Bundesbank has done this over the years, so why shouldn't the Fed be able to do this? Bundesbank was always happy when they criticized the Bundesbank because they said, okay, fine, here we are, right? We don't bow. So Kevin Walsh shouldn't bow. I think that's important thing. Now on the reserves, that's an interesting issue. I think reducing the reserves won't be as easy. But we'll have to see. So I think he's going to be hawkish. I hope he's getting inflation in check, and that's really what we expect the Fed to do.
It's true that Warsh is inheriting kind of a sticky situation. I think as a selection, he is well suited for the job, and as Professor Ulig was mentioning, he has criticized the Fed's large balance sheet, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed, including a corollary to that is what we call the Fed's new operating framework, but it's been in place for almost 20 years. Their interest on reserve regime, which requires all this extra money to be sitting on the balances of the banks throughout the banking system. And so I think he's going to have a bit of a challenge. We have inflation that is ticking up, and it isn't just because of supply shocks or tariffs. It's not just from the energy shock and tariffs, which are both supply shocks, that the Fed does not have good tools to address. But if you look at the data in services inflation and even the growth in nominal spending, these are two indicators that inflation is actually coming from the demand side of the economy, which is the thing that the Fed pushes on by putting more money in the economy. So the Fed has been responsible for prolonged level of higher inflation, at least higher than their chosen target of 2%. And so Warsh is coming into a Fed that has, not explicitly, but by its actions, is basically chosen a new inflation target of 3%. And if that's their goal, that's great, and they're maybe actually hitting that, but they need to be more transparent about it. One of the interesting things about Warsh is he has been the most vocally critical, even in his nomination process, about the Fed needing reform. Normally, nominees to any positions of government, and Comptroller Gould can probably speak to this, you don't normally go in saying exactly what you're going to try to change or be combative about what you might do. Usually it's I'm going to go in, observe, and then figure out what might need changing. But he was very clear. He wants to not just look at the balance sheet very carefully. He's going to be, I think, very careful about any interest rate changes. Hikes might be needed. But he's also going to be looking at things on a more operational stance and how the Fed actually just works internally. And I think all of those things are important, and his goal being to increase the Fed's credibility and its independence by being a good steward of the agency so it can serve the public better. So I don't envy the challenge he is facing. I do think he is well equipped for that challenge. And the other members of the FOMC, I think, are well equipped to debate these issues, and having that robust debate about monetary policy and tools and what is best for the economy, I think, is incredibly valuable.
Comptroller Gould?
So I also am optimistic about the future of the Fed under the new leadership there, which hopefully he will be sworn in post-haste over there. So I interact with the Fed on a regular basis every day, basically, on bank supervision. So I have less to say about monetary policy, but I do interact with them in bank supervision constantly. And the need for reform, I think, at the Fed is obvious. I think it's well understood to many of us. And under the new chair's leadership, I think there will continue to be reform. I think we've already seen a lot of green shoots over there under the leadership of people like the Vice Chairman for Supervision, Mickey Bowman, Governor Waller, Governor Myron. I think those things are all positive. One thing I would note is that the Fed is sometimes guilty of its own groupthink. And so again, I think this desire for change and a willingness to re-examine certainly some shortcomings that have been glaringly on display at the Fed on its bank supervision front, in which the Vice Chairman for Supervision, Mickey Bowman, has done a great job tackling already. I think the arrival of a new chairman will just reinforce, again, those efforts to drive reform. One thing I would note, and I lack the knowledge to weigh in on the monetary policy side, but what I will say is that a lot of the things that I grapple with every day on the bank supervision side is downstream from changes that the Fed made post-2008 crisis, whether wisely or not, and that those changes, and I'm speaking specifically to how they effectuate monetary policy and moving to an ample reserves framework, that has huge implications for how banks manage their liquidity risk and how their balance sheets have been transformed in the years since the 2008 financial crisis. And I welcome the willingness of the Fed under new leadership to re-examine those things, or at least to have a full-throated public debate about the wisdom or lack thereof of those changes that were made. Again, because so many of the things that I deal with on bank supervision are downstream from changes made on monetary policy. And again, some of these changes have transformed the very nature of the US banking system and the balance sheets. Bank balance sheets have transformed from largely driven by loans on the asset side to increasingly being populated with government securities. And that has been a direct result of the change in how the Fed accomplishes monetary policy, as well as regulatory and supervisory changes made post-2008 financial crisis. So I look forward to them re-examining all those things.
I'm glad to hear we're optimistic about the future of the Fed. Ms. Newman, in a podcast, you were recently explaining this kind of argument and concept that perhaps when Congress set up the Federal Reserve, the dual mandate was not necessarily the wisest choice. In this episode, you kind of presented this idea that maybe if the Federal Reserve was just focused on maintaining price stability and allowed other aspects of, perhaps the US government, regulatory bodies, or just the overall markets as a whole to manage unemployment, that would be potentially a better system. I'm curious if you could kind of explain that idea a bit more to our panel here. And then Comptroller Gould and Professor Ulig, afterwards, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you think the role of the Fed ought to be.
It's a great question about the Fed's dual mandate, but I'm going to take it a step further back because we're here in Chicago. The origins of the Fed's dual mandate came in the 1968 as it currently stands of maximum employment and stable prices. But the Fed's founding actually itself is something that is worth exploring. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but the way that it was set up was dealing with some challenges in our national banking system that was run by our comptroller and set up in the Civil War. But there was an alternative plan way back then that actually came a lot from bankers here in Chicago of something that could have been a more stable monetary system. In fact, it modeled the banks in Canada that up until 1935 didn't have a central bank. And we could have gone a totally different way back then in 1913 to a much more stable monetary regime than we got with the Fed. But I'm going to leave that there. There are tons of great articles I could point you to if people want to know more about the origins of the Fed. It's a good story because it feeds into how we are managing things today. And those incentives from back then matter today. But fast forward a few years, decades, and you get to 1968, and Congress establishes a mandate for the Fed of maximum employment and price stability. Our central bank is the only one that has this employment side of its mandate. And the reason we had put that in at that time, Congress is really good, and I say this as somebody who's spent a lot of time in and around Congress, we're really good at kind of taking economic ideas that sound great, but might actually have already lived past their prime and then implementing them into law. And so that thinking was built on something called the Phillips curve, this idea that you can pick a trade-off between inflation and employment, that you can add more money in the economy and that will increase employment because that more money is going to create more businesses and create more jobs. And then alternatively, you can sop up some of that money and that's going to dampen that business activity, and then that will lower unemployment. So you want to be careful if you're going to do that. In truth, that trade-off really doesn't exist in any exploitable kind of way. And so one of my colleagues is actually working on this. He calls it the naive Phillips curve view, but then there's a nuanced view that is actually helpful. But you can't just pick an inflation rate and get an unemployment rate, and you can't pick an unemployment rate and get an inflation rate. And in fact, the Fed's only tool, which is in essence, not to oversimplify, but it is in essence only money printing. That is what the Fed does. It has a monopoly on increasing the amount of money in our economic system. And that only goes into the economy through the demand side of the supply aggregate demand equation. And when you do that, you're pushing on consumers and businesses to make things that, if you've just added money to that system, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've created a stable employment rate. And so if our central bank were to focus just on price stability, like most other central banks do, they do have other mandates like payment system integrity and other things like that, but they don't have an employment side. You would actually get the employment side of that mandate to boot. And so actually I had a chance to ask a question at a Fed conference once of central bankers, the ECB and I think this Fed Riksbank, and I'm forgetting what the third one was up on stage, maybe the Bank of England. And they were concerned, they were, when I asked them about, well, is it harder for you to achieve things because you don't have the employment side? And they were all very clear. Employment comes along, you get your maximum employment by keeping prices stable. And why? And that makes sense logically. If a business and an entrepreneur is making a plan for where to invest and grow their business, it can do that in a long-term way when it knows that the prices it expects tomorrow will actually be those prices and won't be more volatile or even lower, like they'll get a lower return in the future. And so I think it's an important thing to reconsider that relationship had already broken down by 1968 with the stagflation, and yet we put it into law, and we're still kind of suffering from this thing. But it's not because we don't care about employment. We do, but you get that by focusing on price stability. And just one more point on this, and I'll be quiet, but just last week, Chair of the Financial Services Committee introduced legislation to try to move towards a single mandate. And I think that could be an improvement from our current system and do better for employment even.
Professor Gould, your thoughts? Oh my goodness, Comptroller Gould.
I appreciate that.
Comptroller Gould. Maybe one day.
So earlier in my career, I served as twice worked on the staff of the Senate Banking Committee, including as chief counsel. And I remember when the Fed chairman would come up, just the extreme range of questions that individual would get from members of Congress across every issue imaginable. And I remember thinking, how can this person possibly be responsible for all these things? It's just baffling. I mean, obviously the individual can't credibly speak to all these different things, but Congress, just kind of assumes the Fed's centrality on so many issues. And as others far smarter than I have coined the phrase, the gain of function Fed. That is what we have seen over the years, whether through statute or through other informal mechanisms, sometimes the Fed just taking upon itself new informal mandates to pursue this area or that area. Again, whether through the Board of Governors in Washington, which of course is the government entity, or the reserve banks across the districts around the country, which are private sector entities. So that's kind of one point I would make, is this kind of gain of function phenomenon that we've seen at the Fed over the years and over the decades. Again, whether informal or formal. Another point I just make is the structure of the Federal Reserve System is, in 1913, it may have made sense for the monetary policy function. But as, again, someone who is dealing with the Federal Reserve System from a bank supervision perspective, the notion that the Federal Reserve Board in Washington, D.C. delegates out the supervision of banks and their holding companies to private sector reserve banks across the country is structurally challenging, I think, at times to execute. We saw that with Silicon Valley Bank when the Fed, in analyzing its own shortcomings as a supervisor, as a bank supervisor, noted just some of the lack of clarity or ambiguity between who was responsible for what function, as in, is it the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., or is it the Federal Reserve Bank of, in this case, San Francisco, with respect to the supervision of Silicon Valley Bank? So that's another issue which I think suggests that perhaps we could make some reforms there. And then the other thing I would just note is the potential for conflict between the Fed's monetary policy function and its bank supervision function, right? I mean, to put it in stark terms, and we were having this discussion with one of you earlier today, is literally with Silicon Valley Bank, the Fed was, with one hand, injecting the interest rate risk that put a lot of strain on the banking system and ultimately blew up Silicon Valley Bank, right? The interest rate risk that was inherent in Silicon Valley Bank's balance sheet was literally caused by and exacerbated by the Fed trying to correct its being too late on raising rates, right? And so it was having to raise rates very quickly. And in fact, you actually see this, and the Fed, to its great credit, disclosed this potential conflict, or maybe beyond that, literally about 6 weeks before Silicon Valley Bank failed. The Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System in Washington, D.C., was briefed by its own staff, and the title of the briefing was The Impact of Rising Interest Rates on Bank Balance Sheets. And the case study, as you all can guess, was Silicon Valley Bank, a bank that had half of its balance sheet invested in fixed income securities like government securities, being highly susceptible to interest rate risk, and yet the Fed somehow didn't see that one coming. So I would just note, I think there are lots of opportunities for reform. And to go back to your first question, this is why I'm optimistic about we'll see some changes there under the new leadership.
Professor Ulig.
You know, fascinating questions, and I agree with much that has been said. I mean, first, and let me just emphasize the point a little bit more that Jonathan raised, is this mission creep that the Fed has undergone in recent years. They have become engaged in climate change, they've engaged in DI, they've engaged in redistribution, all kinds of questions that are not part of the dual mandate. I mean, you have to, of course, if you ask them, they find some kind of reasoning why it's part of their dual mandate, but it's not. And whatever the intentions are, even if you agree with the direction that the Fed has taken there, even if you think these are good policies, ultimately, this will undermine the independence of the Fed because people want to vote on these matters. They want to have a say in which politicians get to choose one direction or the other. Let's say on climate change, that's up to the democracy. That's up to people who vote. That's not up to an independent body of experts, and never should be. So the Fed should be much more strict in following its mandate and only its mandate and leave everything else off the table. Else the very question of independence of the Fed will come into focus. So in that sense, if only they followed the dual mandate, right, you'd already be better off. And it's actually a triple mandate because they should also keep interest rates, stable. But I agree, it's a dual mandate, and usually the third one is always forgotten. Now, on the question, should they remove the unemployment mandate? I have great sympathy to your point. I actually agree with you quite a bit. I think famously, Ben Bernanke and Rick Mishkin, when they came into the Fed, they had written a book on inflation targeting. And they thought, okay, we're going to write into the Fed and we're going to make inflation targeting the mandate for the Fed and de-emphasize the unemployment goal. And I remember then talking to Ben Bernanke at a conference later why they didn't pursue this further. He realized, at the time at least, maybe times have changed, that opening that can of worms is dangerous. Because the moment you go into Congress and say, maybe we should have a different mandate, there will be somebody raising his hand and say, oh, why don't you also care about climate change? Why don't you care also about this and that? And all kinds of goals that are probably hard and impossible to do with the Fed, and you create a brouhaha. Maybe the situation has changed. I mean, that would be wonderful to hear that indeed we can restrict the mandate of the Fed more to the unemployment mandate, to the inflation mandate, and I agree that would be a good thing. The Phillips curve, just from an academic perspective, is still deeply ingrained in most models that I see these days. I'm actually much more on your side, but I'm an outlier academically. I like to call the Phillips curve a Phillips cloud because when you plot it, it looks more like a cloud than a curve. Mm-hmm. And I tend to make fun of my colleagues, but they die-heartedly insist that the Phillips curve is there. They find ways of torturing the data long enough so that it finally confesses that it's there. So it's built into all these models. But fundamentally, even the people that believe in the Phillips curve paradigm, by and large, also agree with your point that you can't change unemployment, for long periods of time by let's say, raising inflation, that you only get high inflation in the long run. Unemployment will not change by much. I mean, maybe you can address short-run fluctuations and should be concerned about this, but in the long run, you couldn't. So I think even the die-hard Phillips curve believers would probably be sympathetic to have the Fed only worry about the unemployment mandate, only worry about, the inflation mandate, but worry about the inflation mandate, or worry about the inflation mandate a lot stronger than they do now. And I also agree on the point with with separating bank regulation from the Fed. I mean, why do we need an independent organ of experts to think about bank regulation? And it brings the Feds into conflict when they have to monetary policy choices. So lots of good things. One final thing on the creation of the Fed, but we're going to get into this. Maybe the rise of stable coins and cryptocurrencies will be the answer. So we'll probably talk about that eventually.
Perhaps more to come on that topic. Professor Ulig, I also wanted to congratulate you on your recent paper, Money, Markets, Collateral, and Monetary Policy, which was just accepted by the Review of Economic Studies, one of the most prestigious publications in the field of economics. Could you give our audience a quick sense of what you did with this paper, what you found, and how it might be relevant to our lives as young students, particularly in the economics field?
Sure, happy to. I'd like to get my slides up and give you a 90-minute lecture now. More than excited to do this. So let me try to give a very brief sense of the paper. So as we have discussed, the Fed has now tools that go way beyond just setting interest rates. It also manages reserves. And so the reserves policy, does it have ample reserves, abundant reserves, or scarce reserves, is a choice that the central banks make independent of its interest rate settings. And there are a lot more tools. And so we need models, and the vast majority of the models don't do this. We need models that explore these additional tools that the central bank has and explore the consequences. You mentioned the consequence for banking, how the ample reserve regime has changed the way banks work. And I think that's super important. I'd like to actually learn more from you, from your perspective on that, and maybe bring that into research. And these are things that we need to understand. So in this paper, we thought about the European crisis in 2013. And at that time, there was sovereign default fear, and the haircuts on private bonds rose a lot. What does that mean? That means that if you want to borrow money and you post a bond, let's say a Portuguese bond as collateral, you couldn't post a bond that was traded on the market at 100 euros to get 100 euros. You might have to post 200 euros of bonds to get 100 euros. You would get your bonds back if you repay the loan, but the person that lends it to you wants to be sure that if you don't repay, the bond is at least worth as much as the original 100 euros that he lent you. So that's why the haircut in this case would be 50%. European Central Bank responded to this by charging only very low haircuts. So you could actually go to the European central banks and still post, let's say, Portuguese bond at a low haircut. And we want to understand what that does to the economy. Current models weren't able to speak to that, and so we wrote down an entirely new model where we have banks and we have liquidity reasons for banks and liquidity motive and interest rate motive. And so it's a model with, that I think takes this financial structure a lot more seriously and takes these new tools that central banks have a lot more seriously. We found in this case that by this policy, the fallen output was only half as high as it would have been otherwise. We don't say whether that was a good policy, you just described the economic effects. But I think we need models of that type, precisely for the reason that we already discussed.
Yes. Again, to Professor Ulig, you have an incredibly impressive curriculum vitae. One of the parts of it that I found the most interesting, though, was not necessarily your academic work, but your work in economic consulting. You've previously consulted with the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, the European Central Bank, and you've also served as Forschungsprofessor at the Bundesbank, the German central bank. You were also originally from Germany. How do you think our free market peers in Europe are doing in terms of preserving economic and social freedom relative to here in the US? And what can we as Americans do to support our European allies in encouraging them to have as free as possible markets?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. It's a two-part question in a way, so thanks for pointing with these consultantships. I should, tamper this down a little bit. What this really means, I talk to the researchers there, right? I mean, the big conscious, they don't typically have an interest in directly talking to me, although it has happened on occasions. It's always fun. Now, on the freedom in Europe, I see a gradual erosion, and there's more erosion there than there is in the United States. I want to give two examples. One is in Berlin. I think there was movement to pretty much cap rents that private sector could charge to people on the grounds that the rents have risen too much, and would have resulted, essentially taking over, houses from private property, making them state-owned property. I believe the Constitutional Court in this case even had to step in and say, no, private property rights are still guaranteed by the Constitution. You can't do that. But just imagine, there was support for that in the population. The other example that I want to give is the AfD. So that's a new political party that has risen in Germany. Currently, in all the opinion polls, it's the strongest party in Germany. And, it has certain political views. We can debate them, but that's democracy. Parties rise to represent certain political views. People vote for them. People, that's democracy. That's autonomy of democracy, that people get to vote for the parties that they think represent them. You don't have to like the AfD, but at least you have to like the democratic principle that people can vote for the AfD if they so choose. You should win the argument against another party on grounds of the argument. You should bring an argument. You should convince the other person of your point of view, and not say you can't have that point of view. Now, all the other political parties are doing increasing shenanigans to cap the role of the AfD in Germany, and they're saying, "Oh, the AfD is too dangerous." They're pointing to the a really bad past of Germany as part of the motivation. But it's just an attempt to just hang on to power no matter what, and essentially undo the democratic process in its very foundation. I believe that that's very dangerous. I think they shouldn't be doing this. It erodes freedom. It takes away the power of the people to decide what they want to do. And I believe the current US administration is actually quite outspoken about this. They have been supporting the AfD. The AfD has famously supported Trump. But whether that helps, in their battle with the other parties is another question, because it might them only get to have even more resolve. So we'll see. But these developments are developments that concern me. You're seeing this also on the European Commission side and so forth. I could give a lot more examples.
Wonderful. Well, let's move on to something that we mentioned a little earlier, cryptocurrency and stablecoins. Of course, for those who were in attendance last night, you saw our panelists on our artificial intelligence technology and cryptocurrency panel discuss all sorts of amazing innovations that are happening in that sphere of the market. Recently, though, the Genius Act passed. And as a part of that act, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency is now the primary regulator of stablecoins. Going in line from Comptroller Gould to Ms. Newman to Professor Uhlig, I would like to hear your thoughts on how the Genius Act will transform our banking industry, and particularly how banks ought to start adapting stablecoins into their portfolios and their infrastructure that will benefit their customers.
So the OCC is really excited about the role that Congress gave it under the Genius Act of being the regulator for a subset of payment stablecoin issuers, basically those that are foreign issuers and then so-called federal qualified payment stablecoin issuers. And we've already proposed a regulatory framework for that. We're developing the supervisory framework for it as well right now. The way I think about payment stablecoins is as a potential opportunity, meaning it's not my job as a regulator to tell a bank or the banking system that this is the right thing for you to consider, but it is my job to create as many kind of opportunities for banks as possible to stay relevant and to evolve with the times and to meet their customers' needs as those needs change. And so what we are focused on doing is trying to maximize the potential of payment stablecoins while guarding against any downside risks. And some of those downside risks have been escalated and elevated by certain members of kind of traditional banks and concerns about deposits. There are a lot of studies purporting to show this or that, an impact on deposits. Usually you can tell and predict what the study will show based on who paid for the study. And so I'm a little skeptical about some of the more kind of grandiose claims that folks make about what the impact will be on deposits. The way, again, I look at it is that, look, if you look at the current US payment systems and you look at who's kind of deriving the most economic benefits from it, again, it's a handful, generally speaking, of very large players. And if payment stablecoins provides an opportunity for other players, including smaller players, to eke a little bit more out of that kind of transaction payments, that's probably a good thing. And I just hope that some of the banks, traditional or otherwise, do not discount it in their kind of anxiety around some kind of unproven, potential to impact deposits. So again, we're really focused on maximizing the upside while mitigating the downside. And I think people should look on payment stablecoins as a great possibility. Obviously in the U.S. we have had a payment system that, let's just say, has not been the envy of the world. Over the years, you look at other jurisdictions and the innovations they've made in payments, and yet we have not. I would say that's probably almost certainly a result of the extreme kind of government regulation of our payment system, as well as the government's role in the payment system. So it's both a market regulator as well as a major market participant. Again, you see that conflict. And what does that do? That inhibits innovation. So to me, again, payment stablecoins are an opportunity for innovation in the payment system that we have not seen in a while. So I want to make sure that it has a potential and an opportunity to really be of value to all of us.
Ms. Newman?
There are 2 points I might want to make on stablecoins. One touches on Comptroller Gould's take of it's a payments innovation. The blockchain itself is a payments innovation. It started out very much as a natural experiment trying to create a money substitute or a substitute to the US dollar, and then the blockchain part of it took off because it's very useful. And so we innovated in a relatively unregulated space and created a stablecoin market because it turned out that the blockchain technology was useful, the Bitcoin part still useful for some circles, but the blockchain had more applications. And it's fascinating. This is the typical evolution of innovation in many economies, but especially the US economy throughout our history, is the marketplace is solving a problem and innovating and creating something new and kind of cool. This was true in other payment systems like banks. In a competitive market, they created checks. In fact, they also created paper currency to begin with. They also created ACH, which we still use constantly. This is a decades-old technology. And then everywhere, and so as you innovate, interestingly, the players who become biggest tend to then say, how do I get government involved to help me either innovate further, but usually also to maybe keep some other competition out of this space? And we've seen that kind of play out with stablecoins. The folks who really push for, there were lots of great things in the Genius Act, but if you look more of a political economy angle, so this is my second point, the political economy angle here is that the folks who lobbied for the legislation and got specific provisions in, and also some specific provisions out, were very much either the largest players in stablecoin, like Circle, and USDC. Yeah. And also the banking system, who did not want stablecoins. They wanted it focused just on the payment side of stablecoins, not the deposit-taking potential of stablecoins, and that would potentially pay interest to customers of the stablecoins. So the incumbent banking system did not like that innovation, so that was quelled. And then the largest players in the innovated space that innovated without government regulation also made sure their interests were represented. And so I almost feel a little sorry for the comptroller. It's a difficult balance to strike when you have legislation that is always a product of various interests trying to use the government power, because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's power and influence over the marketplace, among other things, and our individual choices, usually to benefit themselves in some way. And I don't even attribute any malice to that. That's just the incentives. Anyone who follows any of the public choice literature, you're just responding to the incentive that you have. And if you get government to legislate something, it can help you in your business. And so the folks who descend on Capitol Hill, I've seen many of them having been there, that is what they're doing. And they're well-intentioned for their own business, but in the macro aggregate sense, it can lead to problems. And so to tie this back to the Genius Act and stablecoins, we went on a walk around just basic political economy challenges with regulation writ large in government. But when it comes to the stablecoins, my biggest concern will be that Two, then ends up in a sort of regulatory morass, the way the banking system has been, and it then stops to innovate and instead just tries to protect its own power and influence. And so these are more like the concerns I have. As a technological innovation, I think it's incredible, but we should be mindful of how it might get sort of stuck and keep incumbent players on top, and then prevent us from finding the next future stablecoin, or maybe even prevent us from using stablecoins to their full potential.
Professor Ulick?
Yes, I'm very excited and very happy that the current administration and the OCC is much more sympathetic to cryptocurrencies than they were in the past. And in the past, it looked like they were doing everything they could to stop that. But it's a fantastic innovation, fantastic technology, and here to stay. And it's for the United States to take its leadership and build on that, on these advances, and establish a leadership role in the world and use the opportunities that are there. So I'm glad to see that that's happening. And also very much agree that the current law has been largely influenced by the big players who want to, protect what they have. And I can see why they're scared. So imagine you're a large bank and, suddenly Coinbase, let's say, right, gets to issue USDC, not just as an exchange, but let's say with the full plethora of capabilities the bank account has. And, then you can make transfers to friends all over the world in seconds. You have all the banking abilities. And by the way, I mean, I don't want to make advertise for Coinbase, but the interest that's paid there on USDC is higher than you're getting on your deposit account. Now, the Genius Act doesn't allow interest payment on stable coins, but of course it allows interest on deposits in stable coins. So I think that's a loophole that probably Circle and Coinbase was well aware of. So now imagine, people just move the deposits into these stablecoin issuers. And of course the banks, that race has already been won, right? I mean, the two main stablecoins are USDC and Tether, and they're here to stay, and they're not going to have new banks coming up with new stablecoins eat their lunch. And so that's a risk that banks are facing, that deposits will flow out of the traditional household deposits, will flow out of the banking system into stablecoins. And so they tried everything to stop them from being too successful. So one was this no interest provision, but I already described that that's probably not going to really mean much. The other one is banks have a privilege of having a master account at the Federal Reserve. What does that mean? They can make transactions directly with the reserve in reserves. And not only that, they also get paid interest on the reserves. Right? I mean, if you're a bank, there's in some ways an easy business. You could just accept deposits from households and just park them in reserves and earn the interest rate differential. There was a bank that proposed once to do just that. It was called the Narrow Bank. And it was a narrow bank in the sense of the Chicago plan. I mean, couldn't be more stable. I mean, you would avoid all the SVB run issues and so forth. Eventually, it wasn't given the permission to get a master account, wasn't given the license. Now, stablecoins in some ways are new entrants, being narrow banks, and so banks have fought tooth and nail not to give them master accounts. But that makes them inherently unstable. And then now they're complaining, there's systemic risk and so forth. Well, solve the problem by just giving them a master account. Governor Waller, and I'm a huge admirer of him, has therefore proposed to give stablecoins a skinny master account. Sort of I think of this as a Trojan horse, and probably the banks see this too, right? So give the stablecoins a skinny master account where they can interact with the Fed for payment purposes, can hold reserves, but they don't get interest rates on reserves. Okay, let's proceed with that. It's still under debate. It may happen early 2027 or so. I mean, there's sort of so many things to evolve. But then as things evolve, and as people hold accounts, let's say at Coinbase, they say, well, come on, Coinbase will be under the same, alphabet soup of regulations that the banks have, KYC and AML and what have you. Why shouldn't it be treated like a bank? Why shouldn't it be possible for Coinbase to hold reserves at the central bank and earn interest on these reserves? And so eventually, I hope there will be political push that they also pay interest on reserves. And that will give banks a run for their money. Their business model is no longer going to be quite as easy as before. Now, mind you, I have nothing against bankers. I sometimes see bankers that have become extremely rich by what they're doing. Congratulations, you deserve it, right? I have no problem with that whatsoever. But at the same time, it's not the job, and you pointed it out so nicely, it's not the job of the government to protect their money-making business. If a new competitor comes in and competes that way, too bad. Sit down, think of something new, and I guarantee you they will. So they just have to work a little harder.
Thank you. I'd like to now move to a topic that has gotten increasingly more attention over the last 5 or so years. That would be the topic of debanking. That is when a financial institution tells a client that they are no longer a client of that organization, and kind of just, that's it. So one argument that people would make when they're saying, well, we ought to have free markets, is that in a free market system, when organizations, firms act as bad actors, people will go to competing firms. Yet that forgets the massive challenge that arises when a person has their entire financial life upturned as a result of something like debanking. Comptroller Gould, your office has done a lot of investigative research into the field of debanking since entering office. I'd love to hear more about it.
Sure. So because banks occupy a privileged position within our U.S. economy, there's always a temptation to use them and their market power that they enjoy, and again, this role as financial intermediary, to accomplish unrelated ends, for example. I think that's most legitimate when Congress passes a statute and, for example, say, around anti-money laundering or terrorist finance, and conscripts the banks to do certain things, right? As in, be the eyes and ears of law enforcement with respect to money laundering or whatever issue it is. But what has happened too often in the past is that either regulators like my own agency or the Fed or the FDIC or whomever puts pressure on banks to essentially censor. So this is the financial equivalent of the censorship of free speech in a sense, right? So this is banks essentially censoring customers by debanking them, cutting them off, or charging them more for the same service than they might another similarly situated with similar kind of credit risk profile. And so it's a complicated issue because sometimes it's the regulator, and we have lots of evidence over the years of regulators putting pressure on banks to debank certain types of industries or customers, sometimes in the name of, quote, de-risking, sometimes for, I think, more obvious and political purposes. So there was a lot of evidence over the last 4 years of crypto being, all digital asset related activity being pushed actively out of the banking system. And the regulators putting a lot of pressure on that. And there's tons of evidence of it. And the FDIC, to its great credit, has disclosed a lot of literally the directives from bank regulators to banks telling them, don't take on these types of customers or clients. But this is also a phenomenon that we see initiated by the banks themselves, right? So for example, back in 2018, 2019, 2020, we saw a lot of banks issue press releases, largely, we're talking about kind of the very largest banks in this country, congratulating themselves for their social wisdom and justice around debanking lawful business activities or customers engaged in lawful business activities like guns, private prisons, oil and gas, coal, you name it. They said it public, right? They'd issue press releases talking about how wonderful it is. And they thought there were no consequences of doing those things. So to your question about kind of this free market society and the notion, well, I can get up and I can take my money from if I get debanked by Bank X, I can walk across the street to Bank Y, and there are costs of doing that. But the problem is that, as I noted at the outset, we have a relatively and possibly increasingly consolidated banking industry, and there are certain products for which there are limited substitutes. Okay, so if you are a company and you have a complicated debt underwriting deal and you need an interest rate swap and you need this or that and all these complicated financial services products, you can't just pick up from one bank and walk across the street because there are only a handful of banks in America left that do those things and that can package them up. So substitutability becomes a real issue, again, particularly as you get into the larger banks and kind of the more rarefied financial products and services. But even if it's just happening to kind of just a regular person on the street who doesn't necessarily have complicated means, it's still a problem. And what we've seen is, and what we're investigating are situations in which banks have discriminated against customers for their political beliefs, their religious beliefs, or merely because they're engaged in what is an otherwise lawful business activity. And again, banks use the concept of reputation risk, as do regulators until recently. My agency and the FDIC banned the use of reputation risk by our agencies going forward. So we can no longer basically use reputation risk as a way to push banks to dump customers. But banks still use reputation risk, perhaps a little bit less so these days, or hopefully a little bit more cautiously, since we regulators are kind of keeping an eye out on them. But it still happens. And I think it's a source of concern. And then the other thing that banks sometimes use is, because of the ambiguities around what banks are actually required by law to do for purposes of things like know your customer or monitoring money laundering risks. Again, because these concepts are so vague, there's a lot of room for them to be used by banks or by regulators as pretext to, again, accomplish kind of unrelated goals and force people out of the system when it's not really kind of a Bank Secrecy Act or anti-money laundering risk. It's really just a reputational risk under the pretext of this kind of anti-money laundering stuff. So this is something that we're really focused on, and we continue to focus on it, and you'll hear more from us over time on this.
I'm excited to hear more about that. On that note as well, I'd like to hear more about de novo bank charters. That is the topic and the term for when an organization that hopes to become a federally chartered bank applies to the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency with the goal of obtaining a federal charter. From 2011 to 2024, there were an average of just 4 de novo bank charters per year. Yet since Comptroller Gould has taken office in 2025, that number has jumped to 14. Many of those 14 have been approved, and we are seeing more new federally chartered banks in the United States. If the market was ready to form these banks, and clearly it was, otherwise they would not have been formed or had their application to be formed created, who or what exactly was protecting them by keeping them out, Comptroller Gould?
So let me just give you a little bit more statistics just to show how embarrassing our record of new bank formation in this country has been. So before the 2008 financial crisis, the OCC alone received over 100 applicants a year on average for the 20 years previous to 2008. In the years, and by the way, we're not the only game in town. There are 50 state chartering authorities as well, right? So we talked about federal preemption, the federal-state relationship. So we have a dual banking system in this country where you can come get a charter from me at the federal level. You can go one of 50 states and get a state charter from them too. So lots of chartering was going on in this country up until 2008. After 2008, as Noah mentioned, it goes down to, actually the average of 4 is skewed. What it really was 0, 1, or 2. Except when I was in the first Trump administration, and in the year 2020, we got a bunch in, we got 15 or so in, and it would jump back up, so that pulled the average up to 4. It's really between 0 and 2 in the years after 2008. Why is that? Because the risk tolerance went to 0. And the regulators, whether chartering authorities or more specifically, the FDIC, so the way it works in the US banking system is you come to a chartering authority like the OCC or the state to get your bank charter. But if you want deposit insurance, you have to go to the FDIC. And so that's a bottleneck as well. And between us and the FDIC, on whose board I sit, we basically sound out a message that applicants need not apply because the chance of you getting a charter was pretty much 0. And in doing so, what we did was we froze the banking system for the last 18 years. We did a disservice to the banking system, right? The banking system is a little bit like a walled garden, okay? And there are walls that we put around it for good reason, because it is a garden that should be established based on trust, and there's a lot of privilege and government accoutrements that come with getting a banking charter in this country, federal deposit insurance, access to the discount window, et cetera. But it can't be a wall that's too high or a wall that is impermeable. Why is that? Because if we do that, we prevent the banking system from evolving over time and being responsive to the needs of its customers. Oh, and by the way, guess what's going on around that walled garden? Well, to extend the metaphor, there are massive oaks springing up, right? Banks and non-banks, right? And there are all these fintechs that have arisen over the last 18, 20 plus years to meet the needs of customers that in some cases have not been met by the banks within the walled garden, right? So again, we are being myopic when we don't let new bank entrants into the system. It is a way that the banking system stays relevant over time, performs its socially useful function of allocating capital to our private sector. And so, so we are very excited to actually welcome applicants back into the system again. And I would note that none of the statutes, no laws ever changed. This was pure exercise of regulatory discretion. Even there are a series of documents that describe kind of our procedures around chartering new banks in this country, including one that says we will give a preliminary conditional approval or not within 120 days of receiving an application. None of those had changed either over the years. We had just ceased to follow them. So what we're doing now is returning back to regular order and again, evaluating applicants on a case-by-case basis. And if they meet the statutory factors and they can chin to our high supervisory standards, we let them into the system. And we're also working very closely with the FDIC to kind of reinvigorate that deposit insurance application process as well.
Wonderful. All right. So this is also kind of a difficult time for community banks. We've discussed how the banking system and finance and our free markets is evolving so much. What do you all think small banks ought to do to evolve and adapt to increasing innovation, particularly as a result of fintech and other technological innovations? I mean, I myself worked at a community bank in high school. I'll be returning to one this summer, so it's an issue I do have a stake in. But that being said, what banks ought to do to adapt to rapidly changing financial infrastructure in order to best serve their customers? If anyone's interested, we can.
Well, I'll give you another statistic just to highlight the point you're making. So since 2010, if you look at the number of banks in this country with fewer than 1 billion in assets, their numbers have halved since 2010. That's pretty stark. That should be a wake-up call to a lot of people, not just us as regulators and supervisors, and make us maybe rethink some of the decisions we've made since the 2008 financial crisis, which, as the Secretary Besson likes to say, didn't end too big to fail, but actually created too small to succeed. And so, I mean, one thing I would say is just, I talk to community bankers on a regular basis. I travel the country meeting with them. I go on bank exams. One of the things I sometimes hear, and we've talked a lot about Gen Zers, I guess I'm the father of a few of them, apparently. Some of these community bankers come up to me and they say things like, oh, we've got these, youngsters, and they say things like, I would never bank with a bank. Well, that's a problem. I can't solve that problem through just mere changing the supervisory and regulatory framework. Folks are going to have to meet the needs of changing demographics and changing customer preferences. People are going to need, and banks are going to have to adapt, right? We've got a long history. My agency has been around since 1863. We've seen a lot come and go. We've seen a lot of banking models change over time. I have every confidence that small banks can and will succeed, but they're probably going to have to take a hard look at what they need to do to adapt, to continue to be relevant based on their business plan and the communities they operate in and the customers that they hope to serve in the future. And they're going to need to meet those customers where those customers are. And so my job is not to tell any individual bank, again, like what they should do to ensure their long-term path to viability and relevance. My job is to open as many doors as possible so that the bank boards and management, can figure out what makes sense to them. And what I can do in the interim is make sure that I'm not saddling those bank boards and management with asinine supervisory and regulatory issues so that they have the time and space necessary to think about what's right for their bank and to ensure its long-term survival, rather than being just another statistic of yet another bank that's disappeared over 2 years or 5 years from now.
Yeah, it seems to me community banking has changed dramatically over the years. I envision the old community bank as one where you would go, if you want to get a mortgage, you go in there. You actually know the mortgage officer because you were at the same place in high school. You invite him for dinner, and You say, well, listen, I can't make the payment because, I had to take care of my grandmother. Is that okay? And, you would take these issues into account, right? And also when you wanted to withdraw cash or from your bank account, you had to actually go in there. You had to, talk to a bank teller to do anything regarding to banking. And so these community banks served a very useful purpose. I mean, you needed to have these bank outlets. Nowadays, mortgages are standardized. It's just a matter of typing in a couple of numbers in a computer, and you know directly, what kind of mortgage rate you get and at what amount, right? I mean, there is no loan officer that thinks hard and takes your grandma into account when doing that anymore. All bank transactions are now done on apps and electronically. So community bank, as there were, is a model that's just is just going away. It's the Nokia of the past, if you like, and even older than that. But that doesn't mean that community banks can't find things to do. We have seen there have been tremendous innovations in the financial sphere, fintech, crowdfinancing, all kinds of things. You also mentioned that only certain banks offer certain services well. Why not offer these services and provide competition for other banks that actually do these services and earn a lot of money? Be nimble, find new things to do, and competition is competition is not nice to people that have to compete against each other, but that's the life in the marketplace.
And I would say, I think if the question is what can community banks do, then there is a lot, and I think their partnerships with fintech have shown a great deal of promise, where fintechs come around and they want to get a banking charter so they can get into the master account system run by the Fed. I think and banks will do that. Banks will innovate. They will keep doing that, or they will go out of business. So I'm confident that they'll continue to do that. I think the bigger question is, what should government do? Or maybe the better question is what should government stop doing so that the banks can innovate more, and community banks in particular? And here I'm referring to things like we were mentioning Vice Chair for Supervision, Mickey Bowman. She is trying to recalibrate some of the capital regulations to right-size them for different sized institutions. There was a lot that came out post-Dodd-Frank after the financial crisis, as well as international banking standards, that really are mostly geared toward very large institutions. And we've always sort of tried to carve out some of the smaller institutions, but we still have had regulations that really don't make sense for all the different sizes. But even things like AML KYC, laudable goals. Yes, let's detect terrorism. Let's make sure that we're not having nefarious activities or engaging in drug monies that associated with drug trafficking. The number of cases that AML KYC reports have led to, as in they instigated actually finding a bad actor, is close to zero. And these things cost a ton of money to file. And so now they can be used in retrospect after law enforcement, FinCEN has maybe found a bad actor. They will then go back through instead of trying to find a needle in a haystack, they know what needle they're looking for. But arguably, that's not really the best use of resources. Our government regulatory apparatus has deputized all of the banking system to be part of law enforcement at very great cost to that banking system. And this especially hits hard for smaller institutions. The big ones can handle large regulatory burdens. In fact, they many times welcome them. It creates a moat around which they are protected. And so I think this is a key thing that we have to be really mindful of when we're wanting innovation and creativity. Always look, I say, well, look first to the entrepreneur to create the innovation, because markets will always solve problems. It's one of the things I love about markets and why I hope that they can remain free, because it allows human beings to engage in creative pursuits that improve society. But right after you do that, double check what's happening in the regulatory space, because it will either squash that innovation, or just by making it not happen, or it's going to saddle it with so many burdens that it's no longer serving the needs of society. And I think you see that with community banks in relation to the housing regulation. Everything is all standardized. It's check the box. You do desktop underwriter with Fannie Mae, make sure your thing goes off and gets packaged. You get the money back, and it's just a machine. Almost like the banking system, it's a machine. They take deposits, they collect interest on reserves from the Fed, and they're no longer engaging in the necessary, vital tool of loaning to new firms and businesses and innovative projects, because they're just checking the box exercise based on the incentives that the government has set up for them, the regulatory structure has set up for them. And the cost of that is less growth for the rest of the economy, less innovation, fewer cool things. I mean, ACH was pretty cool. Imagine what else we can get if we, unsaddle some of these burdens. We are getting stable coins, but again, that innovated around the regulatory apparatus we had set up. And so most of our innovation in most spaces is innovating around poorly designed, or at least poorly designed for today, regulation, because it can't keep up, or it's protecting incumbents. And so I think these things are all at play when it comes to community banks. But it's not just community banks. You could take any sector in the economy, and it's probably true, especially those that are the most costly right now: healthcare, education, banking. I will stop there, though.
Thank you. We've reached my final question. While we here in America were busy forging a new nation in 1776, with our visionary founding fathers writing the Declaration of Independence and all sorts of other incredible ideas put into words that we have continued to read and build our civilization off of. Across the pond in England, famed economist Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. With the last 250 years of economic history and the growth and strength of free markets in mind, what do you three envision the next 250 years of free markets looking like? Professor Ulig, you first, please.
Yeah, so I came here from Germany, and Germany didn't have that luxury. I mean, we had Hitler. I mean, do I need to say more, right? What amazes me about the United States, and I think any foreigner that comes here with an open eye is amazed by that, and I think sometimes Americans are not so aware of that, is how resilient this society has been. 250 years of democracy. My God, this is an amazing accomplishment. And mind you, the society has had its shocks, it had its tendencies maybe to fall this way or that way. But my impression is that Americans love their freedom, they love their system, they don't want to have it taken away. I just give you one example. I can't tell you how many times when I go to Germany, people say to me, oh, isn't Trump going to become a dictator and taking over the government? And they're saying, come on, that's entirely silly. Even if he tried, which I don't think he has any intention of doing, the American people simply wouldn't stand for this. It's not going to happen in the United States. And I think this resilience and this desire to live in a free society is so deeply ingrained in the American system that I'm very optimistic for the next 250 years.
Ms. Newman.
I hope that you're right. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, it's the original economics textbook, and my training is in economics. And so it is the original economics textbook, but I think it's important to remember the full title of it. It is an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. Or you could just call it Why Nations Succeed. And I'm a little sad, but Professor Robinson couldn't join us, famous for his work on Why Nations Fail. But what Adam Smith was able to document, it wasn't that it wasn't in other places, but what he was able to document are some of the things that lead to the best economic growth and prosperity. He wasn't talking about nations as specific nation states. He was talking about polities, groups of people. Why were some of them prosperous and others were not? And it's very clear in our continued research in this space about what leads to economic prosperity. You have to have 4 things. It's technology, resources, savings, which is capital. It's where we get the word capitalism from. It's just people's savings for the future to go into other endeavors. And it's your institutions. The most important of those 4 things is the institutions, because the other 3 layer on top of that. And what are those institutions? You need a rule of law. You need stable, sound money so people can make plans with the tickets in their wallets to be able to go buy and make plans for the future with their they got those tickets in exchange for their labor. So you want them to be able to make those long-term plans because that money is going to be stable for them. I'm forgetting the whole host of other ones right now, but those are enough for this conversation. But if you don't ensure, for me especially, rule of law and that stable money component, you are sowing the seeds for why nations fail. And so I do hope that we can maintain those lessons from Adam Smith and from all of the economic growth literature to help ensure that we keep those institutions. And part of the thing of rule of law is like, you enforce contracts. Agreements between parties are actually enforced, so you can't lie about what you're going to do and then not do it. And then you have a court system that can enforce those contracts. So all of these things matter a great deal. And some of these institutions have been and are being tested in American society. I'm hopeful that they are robust enough to withstand some of our popular criticisms, both from the left and the right. But unfortunately, some of our institutions haven't done a great job of wanting to defend them. And I even look at the Fed as one of those things. Their mission creep, their gain of function components, the massive amounts of inflation they erode that stable money component. And so these are real fears. But my hope is, especially with organizations or conferences like this, we can continue to debate and talk about these ideas and the fundamentals, because we need to have that understanding and grounding so we can guard against encroachments on that freedom. And it's not freedom for freedom's sake. It is freedom because it actually leads to material prosperity, and it also allows for individuals to make choices about what they want to do. And that part, I think, gets left off the table a ton too. So that you guys can have the future that you want to have, I hope that you will study the history of good institutions so that you can be alert to when encroachments are happening against those institutions.
Comptroller Gould?
Well, so hopefully we won't adopt a retail central bank digital currency. That would be a start to ensure our economic freedom. I think we'll muddle through it. Our financial services system has been pretty dynamic over the years, and our regulatory system is obviously not built for efficiency, but it's got a lot of optionality embedded in it. So, for example, if you don't like what's going on at the federal level on the banking front, you go to the state level, get a chance there. Likewise, if you don't like what's going on in the banking system generally, there are non-banks that spring up to perform a service. So that gives me some comfort that we'll continue to have choice over time.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out, either in person or online, to watch the final panel of the 2026 Chicago Thinker American Identity Summit. For the sake of time, we are unable to do a Q&A for this talk, but please stay put for a brief intermission, and we will have our final address of the summit, which is a keynote address with Tim Pool, legendary conservative commentator with well over 5 million combined subscribers across his YouTube channels. Thank you.
Obviously, water is the thing about these plastic gaskets is when it gets twisted on in the factory, it sprinkles microplastics into the water. Chris. Yep. Good. Yep, not good. So whatever. Real with Paul Saladino. He's a big influencer. He has a medical degree. He's big on this stuff. So he's like, I got part of him. He's big on. He's in Costa Rica. He has like this all natural lifestyle. He surfs all the time. He makes great videos. Chris. Chris.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Kang, and I'm a graduate student at the Harris School of Public Policy and a staff writer for the Chicago Thinker. Joining this afternoon's conversation with our keynote speaker will be Christopher Phillips, former editor-in-chief and president of the Chicago Thinker Foundation, and also my best friend. This afternoon's keynote speaker has become one of the most influential and widely recognized independent voices in American modern media. Beginning as a live stream journalist during the Occupy Wall Street movement, he has built a career going directly to the story, often reporting from protests, political unrest, and major cultural flashpoints across America. Over the years, his work has grown into one of the largest and most influential independent media platforms in the country, reaching millions of viewers every day and reshaping the landscape of alternative media. He has consistently challenged conventional narratives, encouraged audiences to think critically for themselves, and has built a platform known for wide-ranging conversations on politics, culture, technology, and freedom of speech. There is no question that he has become a major figure in the modern political and cultural discourse and a defining voice in independent media today. It is my honor to introduce to you today a great journalist, commentator, and host of Timcast in Real Life, Tim Pool.
Well, Tim, thanks for being here. We're very excited to have you. Welcome back to Chicago.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're happy to be here in the city. How was your trip been?
Great. I just got Portillo's.
Great. Is that a mainstay for you?
Of course. If you live in the city, you know it. I mean, there's smaller places that everybody knows about, and my boy Brandon right here, we're both from here, and we were talking about going to Nicky's on Archer in Austin. But it's hard to get down to the Midway area where we're from and then come down here. So we settled with Portillo's. And Kellen, our producers, he's from DC, he's never had it, so we were like, we have to go.
You have to.
Have to do it.
How about deep dish pizza?
That's tourist pizza. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
Everybody knows that. You gotta get a Chicago Tavern pizza, square cut. I like Jardinera on mine.
Great. Well, once again, thanks for being here. This event, the American Identity Summit, it's our second edition, and really we want to answer some fundamental precepts, meaning primarily, what are the fundamental tenets of the American identity? How are they changing over time? Obviously, we're at the 250th anniversary of the country this year. There's been vast changes on all fronts. And so how are those changing? And then what does that mean for the next 250 years of our country? So all these panels, we've had a diverse array of subject matter that we've discussed, from foreign policy to economics to AI and crypto to just legal theory. All kinds of subject matter. And so we are really glad to have you. I want to talk a little bit about some of the experiences that you've had, because you've been all over and you've done some really interesting things that I think most people haven't had the chance to do. So I want to use those as windows into your view on the American identity and the fundamental concepts that our country holds dear. So I'd like to really look at one of your first bigger initiatives, which was going to cover the Occupy Wall Street protests just very early on in your career. And that really touches on the notion of wealth inequality, which is different in the United States. It's treated differently than in other countries. I think the capitalist system that we've had has promoted human flourishing. Maybe capitalism's not my religion, but I think it's probably the best system that we can conceive of. The way I see it is, wealth inequality is something that people have been frustrated about to some extent, but the standard of living in this country has been heading up steadily for, let's say, 100 years at least. I wonder what your thoughts are on kind of what you saw in those protests.
Yeah.
How are things changing with regard to how people view wealth inequality?
There's a bigger question with Occupy Wall Street in that you have the perception it was about wealth inequality. And that is the nature of history and what we think we know and what we think we're learning. And I would describe Occupy Wall Street as having been there and watched it all as having nothing to do with wealth inequality. Certainly the narrative that had emerged early on was that we are the 99% against the 1%. And there was this surface level, the powerful elites, they're getting bailouts. But at the heart of it was an activist class that was not so much interested in wealth inequality, but of attaining wealth for themselves. And I'm not trying to say something as so naive as like everybody's trying to get rich. No, these were activists who explicitly stated they wanted to flip the pyramid over. And to the average person, when they would say that, they imagine a world in which the working class is above. The only thing is, if you think logically about what happens to a pyramid when you flip it over, is that it crumbles into a pile of rubble, reshaping a more crude pyramid with still a few at the top and many on the bottom. So in one of these activist meetings, I explicitly asked, you want to flip the pyramid over, but the analogy there is that the bricks will crumble down, forming a crudely shapen pyramid with you at the top. And they said, yes, exactly. So for a lot of people that were there, it was not about there are people who are rich, they're too rich, CEOs are getting paid too much. It was more so about this system I personally don't like based on my views. I should have the power. And that was a large portion of what it was, which I would argue is, I wouldn't call it overwhelmingly formative for my worldview, because I'd been around activist groups and I'd worked for many nonprofits. I've seen the corruption from nonprofit organizations, and many of the biggest ones in the world are just lying about everything. But I would say I wasn't particularly surprised to see the message and the actions were incongruent, right? And so what that means for wealth inequality in general, I don't know that there's actually, let me put it this, I personally think there's an issue when CEO pay is 1,000-fold the smallest worker. But there's also a question of, is that ratio as an extreme a product of larger corporations? Whereas you go back 100 years, maybe a company had 1,000 workers, now they have 60,000 or 100,000. So of course you're going to have a greater curve. At the same time, however, it does lend itself to, I don't want to be so blunt and just say jealousy, but some form of that. So one example I make, a lot of people on social media, a lot of people on the progressive left will say billionaires shouldn't exist, or they blame wealthy elites for their problems. The issue is the existence of luxury and wealthy elites doesn't change their circumstance one way or the other. We recently saw Zoran Mamdani criticize Ken Griffin's penthouse. The existence of his penthouse doesn't do anything negative for the most part. It creates jobs. I don't know if that's a great thing, if it's meaningful, but there's money, there's taxes, there's things being spent on this. If we did not have that penthouse, what would change? People would work somewhere else, I guess. So there's an obvious positive and negative to higher wealth classes. I think political instability is the biggest risk from human nature. Humans, I think what I find absolutely fascinating is that I was talking to my buddy the other day about how we don't need to work anymore. We really don't. People talk about universal basic income, and I'm like, we're there. Go 1,000 years in the past and tell a serf or somebody working on a farm that in the year 2020 there are people who dance and they make $100,000 a year. Like, what does that mean? No, they literally people watch them dance for 3 minutes. They do that a couple times a day, and they have a house and they have food whenever they want, and they're going to be like, but if we don't work, we die. It's like, yeah, not in the year 2000. In the year 2000, if you don't work, you live with your parents or something. I don't know. We live better than our king. We live better than kings do. And I'm not saying it's something that people want to strive for, to live with their parents, but we're at a point now where the amount of value you have to put into a system to get value out is ridiculously low. The real problem with wealth inequality is that you might have someone who's got clean running water, refrigerator, air conditioning, they can take a hot shower, but compared to other people, they're in poverty. But if you compare them to Rockefeller 100 years ago, they got better dental care, they got heating and air conditioning, they got chlorinated water, they have better circumstances now. To be fair, I mean, certainly there's still benefits to being wealthy 100 years ago. But so I think largely the idea pushes forward a politics based on envy, which can result in political instability, which is the real problem when the system collapses because people are unsatisfied with their conditions.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think that, as you said, the monarchs of Europe of yesteryear didn't have air conditioning. And now basically everybody has that. You can eat food. There are basically no hungry people in terms of scarcity in the United States, which is a miracle.
Does anybody in this room know how many people died to get black pepper from India to Europe? It's like 50,000 people were killed so that a king could sprinkle pepper on his steak. And now it's on every table at every diner and no one touches it.
Yeah, it's a great point. I'd also like to ask you a little bit about your time in Sweden. So moving on maybe from wealth inequality and into more the discussion between, let's say, a creedal versus a cultural nation. And so maybe you saw in recent days, Justice Gorsuch commented on this subject, and he went in the direction of this is primarily a creedal nation, meaning if someone comes to the United States and they buy into these ideas, they accept them, really very little else matters, and they are now an American. And many people were frustrated by that comment and just had a different opinion. So I wonder, you saw the enclave-like nature of migration into Sweden and what that brought about for the Swedish people, the native Swedish people, as well as for those migrants. In the context of what you saw there, how do you think that America needs to interpret the sort of promises and responsibilities on both ends of immigration?
I actually half agree with that statement. If you believe in America and you're not from here and you're from somewhere else and you dream of being here because of our values and ideals, because of the things that we've built, because you like baseball and The Simpsons or whatever it might be, then you can come here and join us. And I think that's fantastic. That being said, there are people who did that, sacrificed everything so that their children could grow up and have the American dream. And so this means that the descendants of those people expect more than just people showing up on an H-1B or something like this. As it pertains to Sweden, the reference you're making is my discovery in Sweden was that they had brought in a bunch of refugees in the 90s. I believe it was Somalia. It's been a few years since this is almost 10 years ago now. It was 2017. And when they brought these people in, they said, we're here for you. We've got resources for you. Welcome to Sweden. What these people did was they were moved into enclaves. And then by the time I got there, you had neighborhoods that were entirely not Swedish, but still Swedish. That is, there were people who were born in that country from Somali parents who were viewed by the government and by the people at large as immigrants, despite being born there. And if they tried to go back to their parents' native country, because it's not their native country, they were called Swedes because they were not from Somalia. And so they basically were stateless. When the police would come in, these people would say, you have no jurisdiction here. You are not our people. We are something else. You've cast us out. So this leads to gang violence, crime. I think it's important to how you should understand this is from the perspective of somebody who lives in an enclave like this. The people outside of it are not part of their community. And let's just imagine for a second, they don't exist. So what does that mean? They're not concerned about interacting with you for the most part. They don't expect to get a job from you. They don't expect to buy or trade with you. But there's another enclave on the other side of town. These people they do interact with, and sometimes they disagree. So what we end up seeing in Sweden is the children of these refugees throwing grenades at each other. When I went there in 2017, it was actually late 2016, a grenade had detonated on a balcony, injuring a British child who was there with his family as tourists, as collateral damage in these gang fights where they're buying these weapons. But we don't need to look at Sweden to see the problems of enclaves. You can come to Chicago. Chicago's fascinating in that every neighborhood in Brandon Johnson's mayoral election voted based on race. So if you look at the initial voting data, this is when it was the full field, not just the runoff. You can look at a neighborhood and see its racial demographics, and guess what? Their top candidates are going to be the same racial demographic. So we have that same problem here in the United States, and we can talk about the history of this country and why that exists with, say, redlining and blockbusting. But it doesn't matter if you're bringing new people in or you have people who are here. You create enclaves, you'll create animosity between these people. So a good example that I like to cite is I grew up in the Midway area, and my buddy and I, who's actually chilling right here, Brandon, we were only a few blocks away from the LeClaire Courts, which has been bulldozed and destroyed. It's gone now. It was almost an entirely, I think it was 100% black, maybe some Latino. And then right across 47th to the south, it was largely white with some Latino, and it was largely Polish immigrants. I mean, yeah, it was racial violence all the time because you have two distinct communities that identify each other immediately based on their race, and they have these enclaves. I think ultimately what this leads to in the United States now with the VRA, that we have to stop. It may be difficult, but I think that if we pursue politics based on race continually, like
look, with all due respect to the Democrats for whatever they deserve respect for, advocating that we create congressional districts based on race is going to exacerbate this. Because you're asking a group of, you're telling everyone in the room, split up based on race, find what unifies you based on what you look like, and then argue with someone else about what you deserve. Okay, well, then you're going to have a guy immediately is going to look at a white guy's going to look at a white guy and say, okay, you and I have something to fight for then because we were told we have to live this way. We need to stop this. We need to let people live next to each other, be neighbors, and politics should be based on the economics of a region, the geography of a region, what the people need, not how we look.
Yeah. No, I think that our body politic cannot continue in that way. Obviously, it's anathema to what the founders felt, and especially what the sort of feel-good politics of yesteryear were sort of about. We just don't really, we can't rely on a racialized society and a racialized politics. It's just not something we can do. Another sort of segmented, racialized place is Los Angeles. And the other week I was listening to your show and you had talked about how you spent some time in Los Angeles and you actually worked with nonprofits and dealing with the homeless in the area. And so I'm from LA County. California is my home. I love it. And it's very frustrating to see, of course, the mismanagement on so many levels. But I think the people are nice. The weather's fantastic. There's so much history in terms of people, but also businesses that have come out of California. It's a very culturally significant place. And so I wonder what you think about what's going on in California and in LA politically, and also regarding the homelessness crisis. You spoke about what you think the true character of the homelessness problem is in terms of whether it's dealing with mental health problems or with addiction or with economics. Can you talk to what you think the crux of the issue is with homelessness and how that's impacting the politics in California?
In general, just a really interesting thing to point out about California is, I'm sure you know this, there are oil pumps hidden as buildings all over the city and county.
Yeah.
That people who aren't from there, they don't realize this. You'll see a church with a tall steeple. It's actually fake, and behind it's just an oil pump. But that's just a point I want to make about perception. The reason is you mentioned mismanagement. And on the issue of homelessness, the only reason you'd characterize it as mismanagement is that you're part of the outgroup. Because if you're part of the homeless industrial complex, as it's called, it's not being mismanaged. It's functioning actually exactly as intended, which is to funnel money from the hopeful but ignorant masses and government into the pockets of people who do nothing, which I think we've seen too much of in this country. The scale of fraud in this country is not just as it's described at the federal level by Republicans or whatever. I would describe it as the homeless shelters in Los Angeles tend to be empty. I don't want to speak for every single one. The ones that I've experience with, empty. Yet they will tell you when they ask you for money, they're at capacity or they're full. Why? Why would you donate money to a shelter that nobody wants to be at? If they came to you and said, well, we literally have no homeless people coming to our shelter, they don't use it. Well, then what do you need the money for? Keep the lights on, I guess? Well, why? You're not helping the homeless. Well, the issue is the homeless don't want help. There's a lot of issues with homelessness, especially in my experience working with a nonprofit specifically on the issue of homelessness. And it's that the overwhelming majority that are long-term homeless either choose to be or are incapable of not being. The people that we encounter who are down on their luck, maybe lost their job or hardship drove them into a dark place, instantly solved. You find a guy who got laid off from his job, burned his savings, and got evicted, holding up a sign saying, I'm trying to make it work. You walk up to him and you say, we're going to put you in a house. We're going to buy you some clean clothes and we're going to find you a job. He will say, thank you. He will go with you. He will do exactly as told. And within 2 weeks, he's working a job. He's now moved on from the principal shelter to a halfway house. I don't know if halfway house is the right word, but they have houses owned by shelters that are 3 bedrooms. And then there will be people living together as roommates. They start paying rent, get apartments, problem solved. They might receive disability or unemployment from the government, which does help, and I am in favor of. However, 80 to 90% we run into drug addicts, the mentally ill, and people who choose to be homeless. And I mean literally choose. So you'll come up to a man and a woman sitting in a tent. You will ask them, how are you doing? And they're going to say, couldn't be happier. And you'll say, oh, is there anything to get you? No. You sure? Yeah, I'm good. You got any money? Well, I'm not going to give you money. I'm good. We got food. We got shelter. Have a nice day. So the city can't get these people to leave because they don't want to. Then you run to the issue of people who, no matter what you give them, they're going to spend it on drugs. And that is an issue, and it's very difficult to solve, especially for LA. The reason why the homelessness is so bad there, and they consider it to be the worst of the developed world, is that it's just so nice. The weather's so good. If you're somebody who intends to sleep outside, LA is the place to be for two big reasons. Year-round good weather, you're not going to die in winter, and the government's going to give you free stuff, and you never have to change. And then for these government programs, for these nonprofits, they call it the homeless industrial complex, they're happy to get multi-million-dollar grants from the federal and state government that they know they will never solve any problem with. But hey, you got a $300,000 a year job right now to sit around and claim you're fighting the good fight. Why do anything differently?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I've been out and I've gone out to help the homeless actually in my area. And I've run into the same exact dispositions of people. No, we're fine. We're fine. They're very pleased to do it. I mean, like you said, it's basically a paradise. Free stuff everywhere. In this, again, it's, to say positively about this country, we have a lot of resources and there's not the scarcity issue, but it creates this problem where, of course, the sort of residual presence of the homeless is a nuisance, especially when there's drugs involved, which is basically always.
I think maybe we're too nice. An example is I knew a guy, this is like 20 years ago now, he would sleep on State Street and he would put a Folgers tin can in front of him and go to sleep. And he would wake up and it would be full. Or he'd wake up periodically, check, go back to sleep. So I see him there one day, I meet him, where I'm talking to him, and he was probably in his late 20s. And he said he does about $200 every day. He goes to sleep, doesn't do anything. He literally just puts a can out, falls asleep. He wakes up, it's full of change. He would walk into the local bank, pour it into one of those Coinstar machines, what do they call them these days? And then he'd have $200. Only problem is he was a heroin addict. And so I was like, bro, you're doing $200 a day. You're not like, you must be living really well. And he goes, nah, I just spent it on heroin, man. And I was like, okay, well, there's your problem. But there's a bigger problem in that regular people are just so nice. They want to help. And it's not because they want a virtue signal or appear to be good. It's because they genuinely want to help and they feel bad. And so they see somebody who seems down in their luck and they're like, I can spare a few bucks. The only problem is the people are never going to change. So maybe we're trying to be nice, but it's the old give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, feed him for the rest of his life. Maybe to actually help these people, we have to be more stern and say, the help we give you comes with certain requirements.
Yeah, there's this phrase in California politics that is get help or get out. Basically, get help or get out. Yeah. This current sort of middle state is not an option. And so some people, like you say, they end up perpetuating the problem. And in fact, some of them acknowledge that they're perpetuating the problem. Just, I think if they want to have drugs and be an addict, that's their choice in life. There are people, I think an increasing number of people who actually kind of accept that premise. But like you said, the majority of people don't understand that they're actually facilitating, and it doesn't mean we can't facilitate charity. We believe in charity. That's a fundamental tenet of this country. But it gets to the point where obviously you're exacerbating the problem of addiction, which is deeply twisted.
This is interesting as it plays into the idea of the American identity in how the identity of America changes. That is, if you say socially, I don't care if you're a drug addict, you're allowed to live your life, just don't hurt other people. What ends up happening is it becomes visible, it becomes cultural. So you end up with drug addicts everywhere. You end up with children seeing drug addicts, and it's the inverse of out of sight, out of mind. They see something, they see the possibilities, they ask questions about it, and some people will fall into it. Should you say no, public disorder as it pertains to drug use and addiction will not be tolerated, you will have less people growing up living in that world. So the question of this is, the neighborhood where I grew up in with a lot of gangs, I mean, it's Chicago, gangs are everywhere. How is it that a kid in my neighborhood ends up murdering a couple people? Well, because the gangs were everywhere. They were tolerated. The police said, well, look, if they're on the street corner, we'll if they're doing something, like they set a tolerance very high. If they say, if we see them waving guns, we're going to stop them, but otherwise the gangs are there, what are you going to do about it? Okay. Then what happens is a 13-year-old kid walks by and the gangbangers yell out to him. Next thing you know, this kid's hanging out with gangbangers. Next thing you know, they say, if you want to join the gang, go shoot these people from the rival gang or rival drug dealers. You're creating the gangs. You're persisting them, or you're making them persist. There's a challenge in that. What do we do as a society then that I think eventually will come to a reckoning? Do we then crack down and go hardcore broken window style? Nope, we don't care. We're shutting this down and removing it from visibility in the public. It's a challenge that I think we're, as the question of what happens next for America, we're going to have to reconcile with the fact that we have a fractured culture. It is bifurcated down the middle. there are two principal factions in this country at this point with massively morally divergent worldviews. And I think one side has a willingness to use violence and force, one side less so. But the end result is if you sit back as gangs grow, force children to join or bring them in and sell drugs, eventually life gets bad. And when it does, violence breaks out in response to these black markets, to, a lot of the shootings that we see in Chicago aren't related to drugs, which is a misconception. It's honor. It's a young guy insulted another guy's girlfriend, things like that. If we tolerate these things, the end result is people living in different neighborhoods, viewing each other as entirely different peoples, and then solving their problems with violence, which I think we have a problem of in Chicago.
Yeah.
Among other places, of course.
That's right. That's actually very true, is that it is sometimes, construed in different ways, but it's a real issue. And in fact, the students here, of course, it's known we have to be careful just of the activity on campus. And the Thinker has reported extensively on criminal activity just in the area. It is a pervasive issue, and it shouldn't be understated. I think a lot of the people in the conservative movement, which that's actually a very nebulous term, of course, and it's, I think, become increasingly nebulous over the last maybe 7 or 8 years. But people in the conservative movement would be opposed to big government encroachment on freedom of association. That's kind of a fundamental tenet of American identity, is being free to do what you want and to engage with who you like. And there have been developments to the American identity throughout the 20th and 21st centuries that have redefined that. Now, I think, and so that goes back to what we were talking about gang violence and how do you actually break these up. I think ultimately the United States has been seen as a high trust society. It's a high trust society. And so a system of self-governance is possible when people literally govern themselves. When you no longer have that cohesion and that degree of trust, it becomes very difficult to do that. John Adams famously said the Constitution is suited for a moral and religious population. It is wholly unfit for any other. The way I see it, you have the option to have sort of a liberty-minded self-governance. You have totalitarianism, like let's say in China or Russia, and then you have the option of just anarchy.
The end result is going to be totalitarian either way, because you cannot have two distinct moral worldviews occupying the same nation. Yeah. So you mentioned the conservative movement. What does that mean? Well, the conservative movement exists, but that's like, I guess, the traditional conservative movement would be like Daily Wire. And if I were to sit down with someone like Ben Shapiro, we're gonna disagree on most policy-related things, but amicably and in the American tradition with smiles on our faces and a cup of coffee or maybe a beer. But we disagree a lot. However, if you zoom out the national level, people would argue that he and I occupy the same space. So the bigger picture is there is a constitutional Republican movement, that is the tradition of America, and there's a multicultural democracy movement, and that is the new world, the new vision for progressivism. Both of these moral worldviews exist, and they cannot coexist. So the question I ask to exemplify this would be for you, do you believe that parents should have the final say on the medical decisions of their children?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if a parent says, my child is trans and should have their genitals removed and at 13, you would say that's allowed?
Right. Well, then I draw a distinction between medical decisions and decisions that get into the realm of ideology, which I think is something that may have to get regulated.
You're still giving a moral position over what ultimately comes down to a medical doctor's opinion. So conservatives, I suppose it's, with the typical liberal, these conversations have been harder. But I bring this up to conservatives to point out that there's two answers they would give depending on context, which shows it's a moral worldview, not a principled one. That is, if you believe that the parents have the final say on the medical decisions of their children, then you would conclude if the parents decide the child is trans and should get hormone blockers, double mastectomy at 13 or whatever, then that's the parent's decision. However, conservatives are going to say, absolutely not. That's not medicine. It's like lobotomy. Oh, hold on. You see, you've got another half of the country that would argue a doctor has prescribed this treatment out of fear of the mental well-being of this child, and it is a treatment. You disagree. The inverse is vaccination. So in a similar instance, when the parents would say that the state wants to mandate, so I'll put it like this. If you think the parents cannot have their children get a sex change, then you would say the answer is government intervention. But then you have the same decision on the government trying to mandate vaccination and the parents saying no. Now you're saying the government can't enforce. The government can't make a decision on the medical decision of a children, or they can't. It's not identical. I was having a conversation with Brett Weinstein. He described it as whichever affects the body of the child. So you can, have a distinction there that it's not necessarily, like an incongruent moral worldview. But my point ultimately is what we are dealing with this country right now in terms of these dual political factions is completely distinct ways of reading reality. As Scott Adams described it, it's one screen with two movies playing. We can't change that. I think this is born of cultural development at youth for the millennial and younger generations. When you look at the Pew Research data, you can see that boomers are almost entirely aligned on their political worldview, which is why when Donald Trump got elected, a lot of the older conservatives joined with Democrats because they mostly agree and they oppose Trump. Each younger generation, I believe, will become more and more entrenched in a bifurcated worldview that cannot solve their problems because they fundamentally disagree on what is. So the end result I see there is I don't see how you get anything other than physical violence and conflict, especially right now when we're looking at a midterm that will not be decided based on the popularity of party, but based on the institutional power they wield. That is, Republicans have just flipped, I believe it's 9 or 10 seats. That's a 20-point swing gained not because they have the right ideas, but because they controlled enough states to eliminate Democrat districts. Democrats tried to do the same. They're both going to blame, both factions will blame each other, but the end result is who will gain the institutional power, and then what happens to the minority group when they refuse to be governed by someone they believe to be morally repugnant.
Right. And we had a civil war because one party won over the other, and they believed that just governance by the majority party was not going to work. I don't think that's where we're headed, honestly, in terms of an all-out coming to blows. But like you said, two different movies, two different realities. How can we coexist as one nation if we used to have different visions of how to get to the same end, but now we also actually have different ends entirely?
I would agree with you on the possibility that we don't get there for one reason. Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck and killed less than a year ago, and nobody rioted. Yeah. So you can have George Floyd and whatever your opinion is on that, and it results in nationwide riots where thousands rip the barricades down at the White House, throw fire bombs onto the White House lawn, set fire to St. John's Church, force the president into a bunker. And the response from our media establishment is bunker boy. And then you can have January 6th, probably substantially worse, but still very bad, and the narrative is inverted. So May 20th, 2020, you can have thousands of people injure hundreds of police officers and set fire to an historic church, and you don't get a Wikipedia article about it. You don't get academic review of the failures of democracy. It is considered acceptable. So where I would agree with you that it's not going to come to the extreme blows is that should the more extreme elements of the left be marginalized, they will kill with impunity and the right will do nothing to stop it. And should the right be marginalized, they will accept it.
Mm-hmm. And I think it also comes back to the distinction you made between a moralized worldview and a principled worldview. I think people who adopt either of those both exist in what we're calling the conservative movement. It's sort of an older conservative, even maybe before the United States, sort of a traditional conservative view that there is a objective right and wrong, and government should probably exist, at least in large part, to effectuate the degree of virtue that is most possible for a country. The United States was founded more on a Lockean pretense of let's let people pursue the good on their own. They can probably make better decisions for themselves than the government can make for them. That's sort of a foundational idea of ours. But as we lose the fundamental morals that we used to have in common, is it still feasible, is what I wonder, to have a system where we genuinely can enable people to live the way that they want and trust that this whole system will continue to function?
No. The Civil War proved that. The idea that the Confederate States, they break away from the Union and they want to enshrine slavery in their Constitution. The idea that you can have two distinct moral worldviews occupying the same nation, it's a mathematical impossibility. And so I take a look at what's happening right now, and a great example is back to the point about whether or not this comes to blows. And I would argue there's a great possibility and a tendency toward it. But when you look at the issue of abortion, I think this hits the nail on the head with the hammer in that conservatives will tell you that abortion is murder. They will also tell you that in the event a man is about to murder another man, they will shoot the attempted murderer. But in the event an abortion doctor is about to perform an abortion, they will not shoot the doctor, shows they don't actually hold that value. In which case, as we're seeing, say, Oklahoma ban abortion outright, Colorado has abortion to the point of birth, the right will do nothing to stop it, but the left will keep pushing as hard as they can.
Yeah. Tim, to close, I want to ask you about the future of the conservative movement. Charlie Kirk's killing about a year ago was really, really significant and impactful on the congruence, on the togetherness of the conservative movement, both in the media apparatus and just politically. It's actually really incredible to think about the influence that one man had over our movement. It's really profound. But seeing as though time keeps moving on, we keep moving forward, how can we begin to reconcile a cohesive political movement that is going to continue to be effective in the wake of such bitter disagreements and disputes, many of which seem utterly personal, actually, and not based on principle at all?
I don't know that you can. Charlie was feared, respected, and valued tremendously. People saw him as someone who was honorable, honest, but also empowering. He would help you out with whatever you needed, whenever you needed. Of all the, I always say this, the weirdest thing is how busy the guy was. I could text him, I'd get a response in like 20 seconds. And I'm sitting there being like, I swear to God, he's got like 3 staffers at his phone answering, pretending to be him, because there's no way this, but it's him, it was him. And so what happens is, there are a lot of people that saw Charlie as someone who could help them, and they respected that, but they also respected him for the work that he did. And so when Charlie said, we're in this together, stop fighting, people said, for you, Charlie, yes. With Charlie gone, these people are basically saying, as we can see with the AmFest last year, they're on stage fighting with each other. Ben Shapiro and Steve Bannon going at each other. And now you've got, Candace Tucker, and everybody's at each other's throat. I think you see, I learned something really interesting, and I knew this to a certain degree, but getting real confirmation of it is magic, I would describe it. There is a great deal of these prominent personalities that I would specifically single out as part of the conservative movement who don't believe a thing they say, they get paid to say it. We saw this when a bunch of conservatives started promoting buying soda on welfare. Conservatives advocating for welfare to buy Coca-Cola, that makes no sense. They got paid to do it. Started advocating for India, America first, pull the foreign trade, all of a sudden now advocating for India as a great, they got paid to do it. And more recently, when I rejected money to promote the film Animal Farm by Angel Studios, which is it's an anti-capitalist retelling of the story, which makes no sense. And tons of right-wing individuals promoted the film because they got paid to do it. Wow. So I think a strong possibility that we just see this conservative movement, whatever it actually is, fracture as it is continually, because for the likes of Candace Owens, it feels good to be talked about. You make a lot of money. She doesn't actually care about policy. I can quote her as saying, is a quote, "We don't care about your midterms." She doesn't actually care about whether or not policy changes. She cares about whether or not she has a big show and she's making a lot of money, even at great personal risk to herself with these lawsuits. People like her exist in great deals on the left and the right. And I will say, maybe these people will be our saving grace, because they will expose the machine for being a bunch of grifters, and then people will walk away from that fight saying, maybe these people were lying to us for money, and maybe that calms things down.
Yeah. Well, Tim, it's been so great to have you. We wish you the best. Thank you for engaging and for joining us at the American Identity Summit. We appreciate it, and we, again, wish you all the best in your fight for journalistic integrity.
Thanks for having me.